Раз, 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 два, три. Говорю, говорю, говорю. Слышишь ты меня? Ваня? Привет. Говорю, говорю, говорю. Говорю в спич. Я себя не слышу на сцене. Слышно ли меня в зале, не знаю. Раз, 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 два, три. Раз, два, три, три, два, раз, 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 два, 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 два. Три, три. Раз, раз, два, три. Три, два, раз, два, три. Говорю, говорю, говорю. Раз, два, три. Три, два, раз. Гаку, Дикен, закон KZ, V-Project, Z-Tech, раз, 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 два, три, Digital Donut, раз, два, три, Norki Z, раз, два, три, Хабар, 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 раз, 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 раз. Кого?
Спасибо.
Нет, я не буду ничего говорить. С тобой раз, 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 два, три. Все? Вань. Раз, 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 раз. Раз, два, три. Раз, раз, раз. Ваня, дай мне знак какой-нибудь.
Все, спасибо.
Сіз айналаңыздағы әлемді қазір өзгерте аласыз. Мысалы, көлікті бір күнде сатып алу және оны жақын адамыңызға беру. Немесе жаңа пәтерге көшу. Мұнда әркімнің өз бөлмесі болады. Немесе өз ісіңізді ашу және басқа адамдардың өмірін өзгерту. Freedom Bank. Өзгеретін уақыт келді.
At the heart of Eurasia, a signal pulses across the land from the vast Kazakh steppes to the world's busiest data hubs. We connect continents, businesses, and generations. This is where big data becomes big insight, where numbers turn into knowledge, and knowledge powers a continent. Tradition and technology, no longer opposites, but one single path. Even the most silent places speak in the language of data. We live in different EEM zones, but every day we connect to the same network. With every connection, we empower business, we strengthen partnerships, we shape the future, the digital heart of Eurasia.
Осында ғашық болып шабыттанады. Жаңа дәуір бастайды. Осы жерде өз түкпірің, жақын адамың бар, алғашқы қадам басқан жер. Осындай жерлер көп болғанын қалаймыз. Сондықтан біз үйлер, мектептер, ауруханалар, көпірлер, саябақ пен стадиондар саламыз. Бірге өсіп өркендеу үшін адам әлеуеті дамитын орта құрамыз. BI Group. Жайлы өмір сүріп, дамуға арналған ортаңыз. Машина сатып алатын уақыт келдіме? Eurasian Drive. Барлығы онлайн болатын жаңа буынның алғашқы автокредиті. Бастапқы есепке қоюды бастаймыз. Мемлекеттік нөмірлер мен техникалық паспорт жасалуда. Қызмет Қазақстан Республикасының бүкіл аумағындағы Allure ресми дилерлерінде қолжетімді.
Колквана.
Сейчас риф будет такой, да-да-да-да. И потом ты говоришь, там уже от языка сразу скажешь. Вот тебя.
Да, сейчас 56.
Через 1 минуту.
Вот написано 12:58.
Ну тут написано через 1 минуту.
Давайте только, а то это...
Managed connectivity by IEC Telecom. Whether at sea or in remote areas, for first response or long-term deployment, to empower enterprises and SMEs, to manage welfare programs and offer advanced hospitality. Get the most out of your satellite experience. Intuitive, agile, future-ready. Explore OptiView, your ultimate gateway to network management. Full visibility of your SATCOM connectivity. Track subscription details, monitor link status, and unlock advanced features like GPS location and path tracking. Comprehensive bandwidth insights.
Ladies and gentlemen, the panel discussion GovTech Development and AI Application, Challenges and Solutions for the Public Sector will begin in 1 minute. Please, take your seats.
Filters remotely, applying restrictive or open profiles as the situation.
Ты можешь сказать на английском? Так, где сценарий? Диляра, вы нам очень нужны. телефон включаем.
It can go your way if you go your way. Take your life. Trust your intuition, it's always your decision. Show the world the beauty of you. Can nobody do it like you do? So you better get up, babe. Your originality is ecstasy. So you get up, now's the time to live. Bring on the rain. Wash the pain away. Bring on the It can go your way if you go your way. It can go your way if you go your way. It can go your way if you go your way. Take your life.
Смотрите, в 13:50 мы заканчиваем. Вам дать знать.
Просто знак давайте рукой.
Заранее за сколько?
Да, заказано.
За минут 5.
Да. Добрый день. Gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome everyone here at the panel session, Development of GovTech and Application of AI, Challenges and Solutions for the Public Sector at the Digital Bridge 2025 conference. And the energy, you can feel the energy, right? And you can feel the vibe, that AI is becoming the centerpiece of the region. So many startups, so many companies. Уважаемые дамы и господа, меня зовут Абдул.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Aset Abdualiyev. I'm the founder of the Silk Road Innovation Hub, and I have the honor of moderating today's session. During today's session, we'll talk about GovTech, digitalization, about the way government bodies and companies that work with the government are changing, how they're using AI in their work. And it's a great honor for me to present our panel speakers. We have Evgeny Glodov, the Deputy Mayor of Astana, Oleg Pekos, First Deputy Minister of Digital Technologies of Uzbekistan, Thomas Pramoderham, Preside AI CEO, Ablayhan Ospanov, Managing Director for Digitalization in Samruk Kazina, Ayderbek Khojanazarov is going to join us soon, and myself, Aset Abdualiyev, the moderator. Today we are living in a different world because when we used to say government bodies or civil servants, we had an image of a person surrounded by paperwork in some meetings, but today things are different. AI is becoming a norm. In Singapore, AI is already regulating transport flows and traffic and helps with the traffic jams. In Estonia, AI is automating some of the judicial proceedings. In Dubai, smart police stations are already providing services to the citizens without the presence of the officers. And we can see the same happening throughout our region, and we'll discuss this today. A good example is the city of Astana, where digitalization and AI are being actively included in all areas, and Astana is now among top 3 cities in Eastern Europe and Central Asia in the CS 111 ranking, and these are no longer just words. There are already system-level actions taken by the mayor's office to improve the lives of the citizens, to make the city more comfortable. There are many solutions now in the city. That is the budget with people's participation. There are online services like ICOMEC 109 and so on. And I will start by giving the floor to Deputy Mayor of Astana, Evgeny Glodov. He'll talk about the changes in the city. He'll talk about the AI projects, and Evgeny is one of the practitioners, a person who understands AI and digitalization because he's been working on that in various regions of the country. Evgeny, the floor is yours. Please share your experience on digitalization and AI in Astana. Good afternoon, dear guests, dear participants. Thank you, Aset. First of all, I would like to welcome you to the Forum Digital Bridge 2025. I'm very happy to see all of you, and this forum is a very important event with participation of the leaders of the digital industries, and it gives an opportunity to discuss the future and standards of digital area. And digital forum is very important for the city of Astana. It creates a great atmosphere, and it presents useful opportunities and projects. And I believe that the participants will be successful.
To the Mr. Thomas Pramoderham for traveling such a long distance to join our panel session. We are also grateful for the collaboration personally with you and with your company, and mutual work we share, and we highly value our partnership. Также я хотел бы отдельно выразить.
I would also like to thank Oleg for being here. Thank you for visiting the capital. Uzbekistan is not just our neighbor, it's a truly brother country to us. Cultural ties and mutual trust with your country is a priority for us. We are certainly open to any new initiatives, and we are ready to continue strengthening our cooperation. Overall, speaking about Digital Bridge Forum being the organizers or core organizers of this important event, we have identified an important objective for the discussions at this platform to turn not only in an opportunity to discuss important topics, but to turn them into real useful solutions. And speaking about the prospects of the digital transformation today, we will always come to the conclusion that we need to answer the question of how technologies today are changing the whole governance and public administration system. And our session is dedicated to this important matter of discussing digitalization, use of AI. And it's important not only to share good practices, but also talk about the challenges that the government faces. Speaking about development of Astana, we understand that Astana is one of the youngest capitals in the world, and it would be impossible to separate the development of the city from the development of AI and GovTech sector. We can subdivide the evolution of the capital city into three stages. As we see them, yesterday, in the past, we used to be on the path towards implementing digital services. Today, we are already building management and governance systems based on data and algorithms, which is on the level of general intelligence, and in the future will come to the stage when we will build a proactive smart city moving towards the super intelligence system, where the systems will be able to identify, forecast the scenarios and forecast the consequences of our decisions to ensure sustainable development of the city. Speaking about the first stage, when we were just digitalizing the processes in the city, that's when we experienced a breakthrough in the country, and the foundation for that was the National Electronic Governance Platform. We all know that currently about 95% of the public services provided in the country are provided in digital format. There are about 13,000 different services in the same digital system, and there are over 14 million unique users. And YEGOV brought Kazakhstan to the group of leaders in digital solutions and created the foundations for digital solutions even on the municipal level. In the city, we started with first applications when we digitalized public transport, when we provided an opportunity for payment through QR codes or online. We created the system for monitoring bus routes that made the city more comfortable. In the last few years, we've also implemented a few advanced solutions that are related to interfacing with the public through ICOMEC digital service. There are now over 2 million appeals and requests from the citizens, and that's a greater number than all of the other regions combined. We've also created a special service in the city that's called Kala Kazmet, which provides about 120 different services to the citizens, residents in the area of utilities, where we process about 2,000 different appeals and requests. And this ecosystem is also strengthened by our mobile app, Smart Astana, that brings together over 70 digital services for the residents. And also Birge platform provides various social services to the population that are not considered public government services. That is education, social benefits, schools, and so on. These are the things that are already in place. Today, Astana is starting to govern the city based on data and algorithms. So we do not restrict ourselves to just digitalization. We start thinking in the categories of data and algorithms, and we are moving from just recording events to the ability to analyze and predict the development of the events. That's what the feature of general intelligence in city governance is. The systems are learning to see the patterns, and they start assisting the managers in their actions in various events. And global trends in technologies also assist in this development. Recently, we've looked at the data published by Stanford AI Index. The cost of hardware globally is decreasing by 30% per year, and the energy efficiency is growing by over 40%. For example, in 2 years, the cost of launching the models of the GPT-3.5 level has decreased almost 300-fold thanks to new algorithms and infrastructure optimization, which means that the barriers to introduce artificial intelligence in city governance technologies are decreasing. It's no longer the hardware that defines the capabilities, but rather the ideas and the readiness to integrate the systems in ecosystem governance. Through the acceleration programs, ideas become startups and real services to the city. So that's why we are working in this area quite actively. We have our own accelerator that we are implementing together with Astana Hub. That's Astana Innovations Accelerator, where city challenges become tasks for the teams that can come up with applications and solutions for the urban environment. For instance, one of the solutions that was presented in a different accelerator that we launched this year, that's Meralamo Accelerator, was the AI guide for the tourist. The algorithm matches the interests of the tourists, creates a personalized route, and leads a real-time dialogue. This format ensures quick transition from idea to implementation. That's why in Astana we are already talking about fully working solutions. There is also predictive analysis of the images for early identification of strokes or cancer. In transport, we're talking about the traffic management systems and route forecasting. And these solutions demonstrate that digitalization, urban digitalization, is becoming more applied and focused on the citizens. But there are issues, of course. Today, digital landscape of the city is still fragmented, so the services are being developed in silos by themselves, and there is an issue of seamless integration. So therefore, our next step will be to launch a new portal, a single platform, astana.kz, that will bring together all relevant city platforms in a single digital space. We'll bring together the systems, we'll create single point of entry for the residents, and that will give a clear interface of interacting with the public and municipal organizations. That will eliminate any redundancy, will build the system, and will make it more manageable and user-friendly. And the third stage is our plans for the future, is building a proactive smart city. Astana is considering the approaches to building a concept of superintelligence as a long-term goal. It's not a promise of some super mind, but we are taking the course to super architecture, where the AI sees the city as a whole and comes up with the development strategies ahead of time. This is very important because Astana is a dynamically developing city. The population grows by about 100,000 people per year, according to the global benchmarks, 7 or 8% growth is a quick dynamic that brings up new challenges on building the city management processes, creating utilities, social infrastructure, and so on. Therefore, in practice, that means that there is a need to shift the governing paradigm. We are now moving towards a large city model, just like LLM at the time learned to read the text and understand the context. The city now needs to learn to interpret their data and work as a single organism. Just like a self-driving car, the city is moving towards the model of self-driving city, where the AI is able to forecast medical risks, transport overloads, environmental challenges, and so on, and come up with optimal solutions to mitigate those. The city ecosystem is becoming similar to software, piece of software. For instance, in ICOMEC, the operators are gradually replaced by AI assistants, which can automatically classify the requests. Astana KZ being a single portal for interaction with the residents, there is a situational center, an EOC, that brings together transport, security, safety, healthcare, and so on. This will create digital immunity of the city, where the system not only will able to respond, but also will be able to predict, to maintain the quality of life. In order for this to work in real life rather than just stay on paper, we are ready to give city data to our partners or academia, and the city can become a lab for new ideas. Together with Presite, we've created an R&D laboratory, and together with our accelerators, the teams of startups will test their solutions and ideas there based on real city objectives and open data. Our roadmap is simple. We want to come up with a common language for all city data, to create the operations center as the link, digital twin for safe simulations, and human-centered approach. Also, the algorithm need to be explained, and we need the right to change the decisions made. Dear friends, GovTech is not the digitalization for the sake of digitalization, as Astana's experience shows, but it's rather a new model of relations between the government and the society. That is the system of governance where the technologies are not seen, but rather create trust and reliability, and this becomes the foundation for the quality of life as a whole. We are sure that the future of the citizens is only built through cooperation, exchange of knowledge, and joint products. That's when will be able to turn GovTech into a driver of sustainable development. Astana is ready for partnership, new ideas, and joint initiatives. We want to not only catch up with the developments, but build the future together with you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Evgeny, for your presentation. Indeed, that was quite interesting to learn what's happening in the city. We can see that the mayor's office and the city is paying a lot of attention to digitalization and AI, and even the large city model approach. When the city governs itself and tries to predict things, it's a new trend, and hopefully things will turn out as you want them to. And it's also great to see that digitalization and AI are not just part of life in Kazakhstan, but it's a trend in the region as well. And one of the leaders in digitalization is the neighboring country of Uzbekistan. And through mygov.uz portal, there are several hundreds of services that are automated already, and 11 million people use these services. In the last 2 years, Uzbekistan has made a leap forward. It increased its ranking by 37 points in GovTech ranking, and it's now part of the group of countries with very high level of e-government development. We have here the first Deputy Minister of Digital Technologies of Uzbekistan, Oleg Pekos, and I'd like to give the floor to him. Oleg, please share with us what happened in Uzbekistan. How were you able to make this leap forward, and how does the government look at implementation of AI in your lives.
Отдельное спасибо.
Thank you very much. And special thanks goes to Evgeny for such a warm introduction. I just want to say that anytime I am going to go to Astana, everybody says it's going to be cold and windy. And as many times I've been to Astana and Almaty, I never felt it. I think it is due to this warm welcome and nice people. So I would like to say special thanks to Astana for feeling like I'm home. As for AI, in Uzbekistan, the strategy for development of AI is person-oriented, and the main goal of digital government and mission of our ministry is to make lives of our citizens better, easier through digitalization. The same goes to AI. I've said many times that AI, unfortunately, comes very fast in the commercialized areas, but in social areas, not as fast as we would like. So the fines that we receive through the CCTV cameras, or the fines that we receive after we have violated the traffic rules, have come to many countries quite quickly. But using AI in education and healthcare doesn't come as fast as we would like it to be. The strategy of our country is that providing to be capacity in the social area for startups and for all the educational institutions. And besides that, we also built like data lake house, data warehouse, and all the data will be provided there free of charge. And this, of course, gives a boost to all the areas. Similarly to the digital government, next to me are colleagues. We decided not to build super app. We just give all the public services to various mobile operators, super banks, and if a person is used to this super interface, they can receive all the public services there. So public services should be in the pocket of every person. Same about AI. We have launched a small cluster. As for the big cluster, just 2 days ago, we announced the procurement for big cluster, knowing that there are many companies who participate here today, and we invite everyone to participate in this tender. Another important issue is, GPU is not like CPU. You cannot fully utilize all the resources 100%. That's why we have the system of orchestration at Kubernetes, which allows to slice every processor in 10 parts, and then we can launch different apps. We can combine clusters into several categories or slice them back. And this will give a big boost, and ASET knows it very well that in Silk Road Innovation Hub, we represent Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan as a single hub. There is no need to divide into the regions and into representing the countries individually. IT world is huge. IT has no borders, and we can position Central Asia as one hub. We have great developers, we have venture financing, which is developing at a very high speed in Kazakhstan, in Kyrgyzstan, in Uzbekistan. In the whole region, venture fund of Uzbekistan is over $120 million this year. So you see, this is quite a significant amount that I'm happy to voice from this platform today. So this tandem, this partnership that we have today is the right model of cooperation between the countries. Thank you very much once again. I know that we don't have much time, so I will try to be as brief as possible. Thank you very much, Oleg. It's very nice to be able to observe what's happening in Uzbekistan, and all the services that you're trying to give to the private sector is important, because the state is basically an enabler of services, and people can use those services whatever convenient for them. The development of AI through GPU procurement, and an important approach of considering region as one product, I believe to be the right one. That will enable us to bring the right technologies here.
Next speech I would like to give to our friend at the Pre-Site AI, Thomas Promodaram. So Preside AI is one of the leading AI companies in the region. It is part of the G42. G42 is the largest AI company outside the United States and China. And we know we did a lot of, Preside does a lot of projects across the world in GovTech, in transportation, in security. So we'd like to hear what Preside is doing in this space, and how do you view the importance of the GovTech in this implementation of AI in the GovTech?
I think first of all, thank you very much. It's wonderful to be here among the esteemed panels. I think Preside's been a partner to Digital Bridge over the past few years, and we continue to do so. In the last 3 years that we've been here, we've seen Astana grow. And Deputy Governor, you said Astana is a young city, but I think right now Astana is a young city with advanced technology. And if you look at the audience today, I think being in Astana now, we've become an AI destination, a destination where technology converged with talent, with leadership's version of applied intelligence. There's a lot of difference we're seeing now, and not just the work that we do. 3 years ago, we have sat here and talked about digital transformation, e-gov service, the invisible government that Kazakhstan has done really well. Last year, we talked about large language models. And then this year, where we really make a difference is we talk about a large city model. In Preside, in the energy world, we launched with ADNOC, the national oil company in Abu Dhabi, an energy large language model. More and more, we're looking at telecom large language models. What it's saying is that as we apply AI today, we don't apply just the foundation language models. Astana, under the leadership of Hakim, has really set itself to create a foundation. And this is a big part of the Smart Astana project that we talk about, and Preside's been happy to do. The project we position as smart city, and you have heard that it's about traffic management. But what really it is, it's the leadership's vision to create what you now call a generative nation. It is about creating the foundation layer of creating data sets they could use to change the life of citizens, organizations, and the government. If you look at what Preside has done, we've set up a regional office here. I'm very proud. We have 50 over Kazakh colleagues. The Smart City project, this is to my colleagues that are in the audience, The Smart City project is fulfilled 60% by Kazakhstan companies, so it's to support the local ecosystem. But more importantly, the joint work that we've done launching the first supercomputer cluster with the Ministry of Digital, and we have to commend the Ministry of Digital, now the Ministry of AI and Digital, is the big driving force in bringing the practitioners, the users, the technology into one space that we can work at. So if you look at Preside's methodology of how we worked in Abu Dhabi, in the UAE, in the other 11 countries that we have, in Kazakhstan as the capital office of our Central Asia, it is about applied intelligence. It is about what both excellencies have talked about. It's not the technology that we continue to want to purchase and implement and install. It is the impact that it makes to you. We had an earlier meeting at the Alliam AI launch today, and Head of State had something to say that really resonated with me. He said that when we launch Smart Astana, the citizens will feel the impact of what artificial intelligence and AI would do. And this resonates with what Deputy Governor you have said. It is not just about traffic, it is about your day-to-day, it's about having assisted AI agents that help you better predict, better analyze the work. The difference, my dear friends, is that we looked at infrastructure and we looked at AI assistant, but what's not measured today is the unit of intelligence. If the AI assistant and the AI agents that the city launches that you have in your phone can solve a problem, a task in a much shorter time, that is one of the true value of AI, because time spent, the shortened time spent on solving difficult problems in city management, transportation, public service, governance, compliance, is the time you gain back that adds value to your life, that adds value to your organization. So we're very proud to be a partner in this journey for Astana. We're very proud to be a partner to the Kazakhstan ministries in the past 4 years. We want to continue to bring about the best-in-class technology, but we want to invest into Astana and Kazakhstan. So the work that we're doing in Alliam AI, the investment in the R&D work, our work at Astana Hub, and I think tomorrow you'll hear from one of my colleagues to talk about our accelerator program and the venture fund that we've just launched. All these are the components and foundations that we want to bring to Astana, to Kazakhstan, the AI ecosystem that you're driving so strongly. And at the same time, like Deputy Governor has said, we want to work with you to develop applied artificial intelligence solutions. We're not going to develop the next LLM. We want to develop a LCM. We want to develop applications that will touch Astana, Kazakhstan, in the day-to-day work that we all see. So with that, it's been a privilege to be here and to continue this conversation. And please continue to speak with my colleagues. We'll always be a partner to Digital Bridge and to Astana. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Thomas. And I'd like to highlight that with the support of Preside, Kazakhstan has launched the largest supercomputer in the region, right? So this project was a $60 million project, which was supported by Preside and G42. And I think that will serve as the foundation for developing of the AI solutions, right? Not only in Kazakhstan or in Astana, but in the region in general. Cool. Thank you so much. Yep. Thank you. Ну и, конечно,
And of course, another big issue is about AI regulation. It has been mentioned many times by the experts, and the president talked about that as well, that AI brings not only opportunities but risks and threats. And that is why it's important to find this thin line between AI regulation and making AI as safe as possible for citizens and business as well. Today we have representatives of the Parliament of Republic of Kazakhstan, Ayderbekov Khojanazarov. He is the member of Majlis, and he represents the party Respublika. Mr. Ayderbek, could you please tell us about the initiatives that are being used in Majlis and the Parliament as a whole in order to regulate AI? What can be done in order for the laws truly to be the foundation for AI and do so without impeding AI's development? Good afternoon, dear participants of the forum. I'm very happy to see you here today. So first of all, I want to thank the organizers of this event. We have very relevant issues being discussed here at this platform. Our president, in his speech, in his address to the people, and today he said that the role of AI today, as well as the role of GovTech, is so important, and it might be too early to talk about that, but let us speak about the opportunities of AI. And before I talk about the law on AI, I also would like to talk about the use of AI and the challenges that accompany the implementation of this tool in the public structure. When we talk about opportunities, about 10 years ago, if you might remember, we had similar story relating to AI, well, actually about digitalization. We had similar forums as this one today about digitalization. We thought we needed to digitalize everything. And what did it end up with? I think the ministry says that there were 500 various information systems within the state bodies. And those structures were not compatible in any way, were not integrated in any way. They did not share information, and so we didn't have this information. We didn't see the whole picture. I see it in this way. I hope that AI will give us the big picture. And thus we can consider about the information that was accumulated over the years. So what I see right now is that now the government does situational management. So if there is a problem, the government responds to that. So I think that AI will help with that. there is the so-called predictive management. So you can predict various scenarios of development, and you can also predict whether the weather is changing or infrastructure is changing, and all of that will allow us not to be catching up. Like, for example, in Reader or Kibastu, something happened and now we need to respond. No, we need to go ahead, and I believe that for a good quality public management, we really need this long-term view, not just a view for 3 or 6 months ahead, but a view for years ahead. Third, and this is another thing that we're faced with, is related to low salaries, which leads to difficulties in hiring high-quality staff. And quite often we lack the right expertise. And I represent agriculture, and I ask, who wrote all these rules? If you were ever out in the field, if you had anything to do with agriculture, you would see that this is not quite right. And AI could really be the enabler. AI could really help in various areas, including the agriculture. We cannot pay these salaries that the public sector pays, and this is an area where AI could be used. Now, moving on to challenges. The President said it today and yesterday at the plenary session that the biggest challenge is education, personnel. We have a lot of plans, but you can use the fingers of one hand to see how many people can actually implement it. There was also the announcement of the new university that would train 30 to 50,000 experts a year, and I believe this will give a great boost to the development. Second, and in my opinion, it is another barrier that we will probably face, is the lack of or unreliable information. So when we're faced with various systems, they work with the information that we have input there, right? And we all know our statistics, we all know the indicators that are being reported in various areas of economy might raise some questions. And so the conclusion is, in management there is such a saying, garbage in, garbage out. So if we were to analyze the data that's not too reliable, we will end up with wrong conclusions and wrong scenarios that will lead us nowhere. And we really need to understand that. We need to accept that. And maybe we need to stop these illusions. For example, you go to Olymp, the clinic where you can take your lab tests. So, for example, they draw blood, and then they give you a diagnosis, and then you start the treatment, or you don't start the treatment. You need to make sure you don't end up in the trap, because we might get into this trap, into this downward spiral, and never get out of it. Why is that? This will be a vicious circle, basically, a deception. And we should avoid this deception at all cost. And prompt is 70% of your success, or the information that you've inputted gives 70% of your success. Thank you. And a couple words about the work in the Parliament. We are now looking to the law on AI, and first of all, we talk about protection of users. We talk about ethics, and the fact that the person who receives products or public services should be informed about what they receive, and so that they understand what algorithm they have. And most importantly, we need to make sure that we look at the answer that we received. These are important things. And we need to remember that, first of all, AI, just as other tools, should serve us as individuals, as citizens, so that it makes our life more comfortable. We don't need things that makes our lives less comfortable. Thank you. Thank you, Aydarbek. This was very important. You mentioned traceability. You mentioned that people need to know when they receive AI-based services, they need to know that this is AI and they should always have an alternative. Next, I'd like to give the floor to Ablahan Ospanov, Managing Director for Digitalization in Samruk Kazana. This is the largest company with a capitalization of over $80 billion, and Samruk Kazana is now doing a lot of work, not just on digitalization, but implementation of AI. Please tell us about the projects. I think that implementing AI in the process of services or general lives is a bit easier, but implementing AI in an industry is more complex, and there is a greater responsibility there. And in Samruk Kazina Group, we have identified 62 projects. Most of them aren't new projects, but we are starting to implement AI elements there to see whether this can create additional effect or additional revenue flows. For instance, in Kazmunaygas, we have presented one of the projects this morning to the president that is already proven to be effective. In Kazmunaygas, they have an ABAI system which has collected and archived information on 30,000 wells, historic information on the wells production, 18,000 wells that are used to produce oil, and 12 wells that have been already decommissioned. And we've created a system now for managing water inflow. If you aren't an oil person, you will know that you won't know that. But one of the ways for oil is when you need to put water into the well to extract oil, to create this pressure underground to get the oil out. So based on these indicators, pressure, type of well, and so on, number of cubic meters needed per day, this can all be calculated by the AI. In the past, this was done by an engineer who said that I will need to get an X amount of water in to get certain pressure underground. But now we can see this done by AI. So if we implement that in all oil fields, we can get additional yield of oil produced. Another example is KEGOC, the national grid operator. They manage the main power lines in the country, and they need very good forecasts to manage that. And AI can help us and help our colleagues in improving forecastings to ensure any blackouts in some areas. And one of the latest news And I'd like to use this opportunity to talk about it. You may have heard it. That second supercomputer will be launched. There is a commercial supercomputer launched by Kazakh Telecom, and I think that this will be of interest to everyone because 90% of companies here are IT companies. Kazakh Telecom has launched 50 GDX. 400 GPU chips, and if you want to develop AI and implement it in your projects, you can always come to Kazakh Telecom to rent the supercomputer. And second thing, we see that everyone is talking about AI. And there are many articles when companies say that we have implemented AI and it was not performing well. But we still believe that that's part of the future. And we've announced it today, and the president has mentioned that as well, that in Samruk Kazyna, we decided to create a case, be a model for state-owned enterprises and other companies, maybe in Central Asia even. We have now implemented a concept of a virtual digital board member of Samruk Kazyna, which will make decisions based on the data fed into it. And we are using LLM model, which was provided to the market so that they can implement AI. We've put in all the legislative data that governs corporate relations, Samruk Kazyna regulations, and so on, as well as other decisions since 2008 that were used to make board decisions. So all of that data was fed into this model. It's a system, an assistant with a female avatar, you might see it. And some people tend to use that as an assistant, as a consultant. And we decided to be role models and basically, this will be a member of the board. So based on all of that, they will vote during the board meetings. This is a great breakthrough. And I think that would be the first AI board member. And since we don't have much time left, I will ask a few questions. Evgeny, first question is to you. As it was noted in this race for digitalization, many systems were created, and in Astana, there are many systems that help the residents. But you mentioned that you are now turning it into a single platform, Astana.kz. Could you elaborate? How will this platform help in making these services and platforms human-centric? Thank you very much, Aset, for this question. This is indeed a very relevant issue. We fully agree with that. We've looked at the situation, and in the city, there are so many platforms indeed. And it's difficult for a person to understand where they get particular services, for instance, school enrollment or kindergarten enrollment or doctor's appointments and so on. So currently it's all fragmented. That's why the decision was made to create a single platform in the city based on three main principles. Single entry, that's the first principle, so one-stop shop. Second is integration of all data. We've created unique opportunities now in the country. We have smart data, Okimet, we have digital family cards, city systems that bring together data. We need to integrate that, and we have opportunities for that through National Information Technologies and Ministry of AI. We can organize this process. So all of the services will be integrated. And the platform needs to be aimed at, first of all, satisfying the needs of the residents, and they need to make their lives most comfortable. Thank you. It's great that we are seeing these services in the city to make life more comfortable. And next question to our colleague from Uzbekistan. You said that you've launched a tender and you will have a new supercomputer soon. In Kazakhstan, we have two. One focused on the public services, and Kazakh Telecom supercomputer focused on private services. So tell us more about your supercomputer. What's the focus? I'll try to be brief. This would be a second supercomputer. We've already launched a small cluster, and that's where we work on our billing system now. And the launch of the big cluster will allow us first to rent it out to businesses. All of the universities will get access, and startups. Plus venture funds, they will also buy part of this resource to invest into server capacity to train their models for the use of startups and so on. And it's important that we are buying the latest generation of processors, B-series Blackwell, for this cluster. And we will be able to deploy both large models and also small models. So we will basically meet the needs of the academia, startups, and also we have 86 projects being implemented, mostly with social focus, that are covered by the resolution of the government. This will certainly create a boost, and this will be step one. And we are planning a coordinated approach. As soon as we see 75 to 80% use of this cluster, we'll go to the next step. All of the infrastructure has already been created. And it's also great to see foreign investors that come with their investment to Uzbekistan. One of the investors is DataVolt from Saudi Arabia. They're building their own first GPU cluster with $250 million US, and by 2030 the company will invest $6.5 billion US in developing data centers and GPU clusters in our country. And we are also inviting other companies and investors. In Uzbekistan, we've got a lot of green energy now. And we can provide land, we can provide preferential electricity tariffs for GPU capacities, which will allow to attract large investments for the companies to build their GPU clusters in our country using green energy so that they can export GPU capacities. Thank you. Thank you very much. With that, we're almost done with our session. Just a short summary of today's discussion. First of all, we all have an understanding that the government bodies are trying to implement artificial intelligence not to just meet some checkbox, but they want to do it for the citizens and residents and the region. And these decisions aren't made somewhere behind the curtain, but we are rather attracting large companies like Presight here that works in the region. And as our speakers mentioned, it's important to regulate, have the necessary regulations for development of the AI so that the AI protects the citizens. And it's great to see the changes in the corporate world, like we've heard from Samruk Kazina about their latest development of bringing AI in difficult industries such as mining, uranium, oil production. And of course, they're also flagship of corporate development, and they're implementing AI as a member of the board. So with that, I thank all of our speakers.
Panel session. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the keynote AI agents catalyzing the new economy by Kaifuli will begin in a minute. Please, take your seats.
Busiest data hubs. We connect continents, businesses, and generations. This is where big data becomes big insight, where numbers turn into knowledge, and knowledge powers a continent. Tradition and technology no longer opposites, but one single path. Even the most silent places speak in the language of data. We live in different EEM zones, but every day we connect to the same network. With every connection, we empower business, we strengthen partnerships, we shape the future, the digital heart of Eurasia.
Осында ғашық болып шабыттанады. Жаңа дәуір бастайды. Осы жерде өз түкпірің, жақын адамың бар, алғашқы қадам басқан жер. Осындай жерлер көп болғанын қалаймыз. Сондықтан біз үйлер, мектептер, ауруханалар, көпірлер, саябақ пен стадиондар саламыз. Бірге өсіп өркендеу үшін адам әлеуеті дамитын орта құрамыз. BI Group, жайлы өмір сүріп, дамуға арналған ортаңыз.
Машина сатып алатын уақыт келді ме? Eurasian Drive. Барлығы онлайн болатын жаңа буынның алғашқы автокредиті. Бастапқы есепке қоюды бастаймыз. Мемлекеттік нөмірлер мен техникалық паспорт жасалуда. Қызмет Қазақстан Республикасының бүкіл аумағындағы Allure ресми дилерлерінде қолжетімді.
Конечно. Да. Ladies and gentlemen, the keynote AI agents catalyzing the new economy by Kayfuli. Please, welcome our speaker.
Thank you very much for coming to my session. I'm here to tell you the greatest revolution that is happening today, and it's about AI, and more specifically, AI agents. So we have witnessed the growth of many revolutions in the history of humanity, from agriculture, industrial, to internet. Each one of these was earth-shattering when it occurred. They drove up the GDP and the GDP growth. But we're about to witness by far the largest GDP catalyst, which is the AI agent era. And I will tell you why. So today's AI models have got really smart. Not only are they trained on the whole world's data so that they're knowledgeable, they're trained on the whole world's math problems so they can solve problems, and they can do logical reasoning. And they've learned to program, to write software code so that they can truly solve problems. So a new model that is trained is not just predicting the next word or next token. It is reasoning, thinking the way that we think about brainstorming or reflection or chain of thought reasoning, the way that people do fast thinking and slow thinking. The fast thinking corresponds to the first phase, the slow phase thinking corresponds to the next two phases. So that is why any model that you may have used in the last 9 months now has the ability to do deep reasoning, which means they're not just smart in solving math problems or writing code. They're able to really understand and reason and do logical reasoning and deduction. So with that capability, it will usher in the era of AI agents. And what we have seen in the beginning were the AI chatbot, where you ask a question and get an answer. Then we have the AI tools, where you ask a tool to write a document, make a PowerPoint, or perhaps draw a picture for you. Then comes the co-pilot, which is passively on your side helping you. But now we enter the era of AI agent, where the agent becomes autonomous in the sense that we just need to tell the agent what we want accomplished. Then the agent will use that reasoning engine to decompose, to understand what you want, and to decompose your wish into steps. And it will not just give you the answer to how to solve the problem, but it will solve it for you. So the same way that a super smart employee will do that for you. So we call AI agent more like a super employee. So if you have a great assistant and you want to tell it, I want to schedule a trip to Beijing, meet with these people, attend these conferences, and go to these restaurants. That's all you need to say, right? And your assistant doesn't come out with a schedule. The assistant takes care of reserving the flight, the hotel, and the meetings for you. So what does it mean? It means you issue the command, the task. The AI model uses a large language model to break down your requests into steps to solve the problem. It can use any one of these models, and then it will have memory. So it knows who you are, what you want, whether you were happy last time, and tries to make you happy, just like a good human assistant. Then I mentioned the AI agent doesn't tell you the answer, it does it for you. So that means the agent, like a human, must have access to a computer, a phone, and the apps. And all of this works together as the AI agent. So that's how AI agent differs from a large language model. A language model just gives you text back, but the agent takes a command and does it for you. There are multiple types of agent. The basic agent is a workflow agent. When you walk around the halls and see agent demos, they're all workflow agents. Workflow agents are programmed by people step by step.
So let's say you want to build an agent that takes a job description and finds resumes for you. The steps it takes are on the middle part, on the left side. It will go out to LinkedIn, it will check with the headhunter, look at the corporate database, and say these are the resumes that match the job description. So that's workflow, human program. But as we discussed, we've now gone to smart reasoning agent. So these reasoning agents can do any task. It can help you solve any problem, and it can be a novel problem. It doesn't have to be the specific problem that you outline. So you can ask it really things that it's never heard before. Like you could tell the travel AI agent, I want to go to Mars, when can I go? That is not going to be a part of the workflow. It's not going to be on booking.com. It's not going to be in Sheraton.com. But it will find a way to figure out when traveling to Mars might be possible and probably tell you check back later. So then when you have lots of agents, they will interact together to make a better whole. So the sum of the parts is greater than the whole. Let me illustrate how multi-agents work. So we mentioned before, you want to do recruiting. So you could have an agent that gathers all the resumes, another one that screens them, another one that calls up each one and does a first interview, and then it will schedule the interview with the humans, and then get all the feedback, decide who to hire, and make the offer. So these 5 agents can work together and become your company's recruiting agent. And this recruiting agent can work with other HR agents that may do with things like performance evaluation and training and onboarding, and all of them work together to become your fully automated HR department. Of course, you still want a human face to make all the employees feel loved, but all the processing, all the data, all the selection, all the thinking is done. And you can create a feedback loop so that if you have employees that don't work out, you can teach your recruiting agent, don't hire any more people like that. If you have someone who's a super smart, hire more people like that. That iterates and makes your company better. It's not just saving time and money. And then you can have a full HR agent, which can interact with your marketing, sales, engineering, other departments. So now you've automated the whole company, which is accountable to the CEO, who basically tells the agent what to do. In reality, we won't get there for another perhaps 5 or 10 years, but we'll get there step by step. We'll start with humans as the main element of a company, and gradually the humans are going to get help from the agents. Some human tasks will be done by the agents. Human and AI agents will coexist, but eventually we will have one person build a company from completely AI agents, and that company one day, perhaps 5 years from now, we will have a unicorn that was built by one company and a bunch of agents. This is not impossible. In fact, it is destined to happen. So what happens when your workforce becomes more and more AI agents? That means the agents are better because they work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They don't need to rest. They don't get angry. They're replicable. If you have a super employee, can you clone that employee 1,000 times? That would be illegal and impossible. But you can clone a smart AI agent 1,000 times. You can do international expansion. It knows all languages, knows all cultures, all forms of advertising channels. And the cost of that agent will be dropped 10 times per year, eventually reaching a marginal cost of 0. And when you have these agents working individually, we saw how they can be put together as a building block, like Lego pieces, making a recruiting department, HR department, and the whole company. And these agents will interoperate in real time. They'll fully understand each other. They'll have access to your whole company's knowledge and database. There will be no bureaucracy, no miscommunication. They will work at the speed of light and create value for the company. And ultimately, your company success and moat will depend on how good are your agents and how good is your feedback loop that makes the agents improve and get better. Sequoia wrote a paper on this trillion dollar race as the AI agents can do tasks that are more and more complex. So the value of these agents are not going to be measured by subscription or API. they're not going to be measured by the people they replace. They're going to be measured by the outcome they create. That is, can they make my company 20% more higher revenue, 50% more profits? And that is the kind of thing that will cause people to wake up. Agents, AI agents, are not just a people replacement. They will replace some tasks, but their value is measured in the revenue and profit and growth that they produce. And these agents, in my opinion, should be built on open source models. Open source models can be malleable, can be fine-tuned for specific tasks. Open source models can be hosted on your server. You don't have to send your data to another server or even another country, which might be dangerous or even illegal. And they're so much easier and cheaper to tweak and improve. And finally, ecosystems are rapidly growing because when open source models are believed to be trustworthy, transparent, high quality, almost as good as closed model, but you have full access to it and people are developing on it. And just like how Linux became much larger than Windows, Android became larger than iPhone, open source models will become bigger than OpenAI and Anthropic combined. So 01.ai is my company. We built a technology, a platform for helping companies build agents. And let me just show you with this, an agent we built fully on the platform for your language and using Alam LLM built here in Kazakhstan with collaboration from us. Here is my query. Design a social website for spending a weekend in Kazakhstan. So go out and and then AI figures out to do the research about the wonderful sites in Kazakhstan, and it has to be done in 3 languages. So all of this is happening by AI. On the right-hand side, it's executing, and then in about 5 minutes, it's done. This is the website created by the agent. It says, discover the ancient Silk Road in Kazakhstan. You can see it in Kazakh, you can see it in Russian. You can now click on any one of the features. Normally, when you make a website, you'll need someone to create the content, someone to take the pictures, someone to design the website, someone to program the website. Now, a trilingual website is 100% automated and created by an agent. So this is how fast this will work. Imagine you're a company. You might have charged $10,000 to build this website. You might have hired 3 different people with different skill sets to work a week or 2 weeks to iterate. But this is done in 5 minutes. And that's how fast and how good the output will be from the agents. Of course, there's an issue. Building this is easier said than done. We can do it for a website, but what if you're a mining company, or oil and gas company, or a real estate company? The problem now is that these companies understand their industry, they understand their company, they understand their strategic needs and the pain points, but they don't understand the roadmap of AI. I showed you something that's feasible by AI agents, but there are some things they want that may not be feasible. So who's going to help them? Well, the AI firms generally will not be helping them because AI firms are selling APIs. They want to dominate the world. They're building AGI. So this is where my company 01.ai is not only willing but happy, but we focus on working with traditional companies because that's where most of the value in any economy is. So we're actively working with companies that want to get help on AI, and of course they need a platform, they need to know technologies, but they also want to know, my company doesn't have any AI engineers, can you help me? Well, we can do one of 3 things. One is we sell you the platform, you build it yourself. Second is we build it together, we send engineers to your company and work with you. And the third is we can take the project and build the agent for you. We want to reach out to the whole world, but we need partners to do that. So we're proud to be partners of Alam.ai as well as Kazakh Telecom, who will work with us. So if you're a company that needs to build AI, then we have a platform that can be optimized for your language and your industry through our partners. We use open source, so it can be hosted internally. And we're working with companies to help them design their AI transformation. And we're not McKinsey. We don't sell PowerPoints. We sell outcome and results, and we make companies better. So in conclusions, the agents have arrived. They are huge, and we're working with Kazakh partners to build solutions for your industry leaders. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next keynote speaker will come in several minutes. Please, be patient.
Пора купить машину. Eurasian Drive – первый автокредит нового поколения, где все онлайн. Начинаем постановку на первичный учет. Госномера и техпаспорт на изготовлении. Услуга доступна у официальных дилеров «Алюр» по всей территории Республики Казахстан.
Ladies and gentlemen, the keynote, The Path to Establishing an AI Nation by Paul Kim, will begin in 1 minute. Please, take your seats.
1 minute.
Good afternoon again. Hello everyone. Hope you all had a nice lunch. It's time to take a nap. I'll try to entertain you a little bit so that you can keep awake, stay awake. Okay. So my name is Paul Kim. This is the second time visiting Astana. Very exciting to be here with a big crowd here. I'd like to show you not about what can happen, what might happen, or the big policies or anything like that. I want to show you what I've been working on. And so just to begin with a little bit of introduction, I'm an advisor to Robo Ventures, Lumos Capital, and then I have done work with the World Bank. And then I founded Seeds of Empowerment with a graduate student at Stanford University. Spent 24 years at Stanford University as a Chief Technology Officer and Associate Dean at the Graduate School of Education. And I like to show you a few things that I have done at Stanford. You guys know D School at Stanford, design school? The last course that I taught at D School is designed to equip learners in under-resourced communities. I care a lot about marginalized communities. And then I traveled a lot to developing countries. And so in my class at Stanford, I worked with the students from all disciplines, engineering, medicine, health, law, education, to work with educational solutions that can make impact in marginalized communities. This is an example. I have had worked with the students to come up with the solutions for refugee camps in Lebanon, like Syrian refugees, or Mexico, Colombia, the Latin American context, marginalized communities, education, technology, innovations. And the reason that I talk about the competencies of the future is that all students, in my opinion, all students must have these competencies, because if they do, they can be really successful in their career, in their profession as well. I define them as 6 C's. communication, collaboration, creativity, critical thinking, compassion, and commitment. I think many of you already know 4 C's, but I added compassion and commitment. Now, when I say 6 C's, it's not about just among humans. It is with AI. How to collaborate with AI, how to communicate with AI, how to be creative with AI. Those are the competencies that I think is really critical. And I tried to come up with a portable AI solution to go to marginalized communities. I came up with a Smile LLM. This is an LLM of my own, which runs on a battery so that this goes in your pocket. You can go to rural areas where there's no electricity, no internet, no problem. You can still use that portable last mile solution. And that's the kind of solutions that I've been inventing for marginalized communities. Now, we all worry about what jobs will remain and what jobs will disappear in the future. I think AI cannot replace jobs that involve tender, loving care and creative problem solving, but augment human capacity. Meta AI competency is something that I have coined a while back. This is about understanding what AI can do and what AI cannot do. That understanding is crucial. We cannot solely depend on AI to do everything and trust AI. Obviously, AI makes a lot of mistakes, hallucinate. Therefore, when we use a lot of different AI solutions, we got to be sure that we understand their strengths and weaknesses. This is a little video that I have created. Those of you who are interested in EdTech solutions, this is called a I forgot the name of this dog. I named this, but this dog has the AI in it. It takes my orders and it does everything. It has agentic AI. This could be your security guard dog. This could be your language teacher. This could be your personal assistant as well. And many kids are learning with these toys and dogs and pets. What will the future be like when you have all these agentic AI solutions around you? Not just on your phone, but on the computer, but pets and many other devices around the world. And I have developed various AI solutions that can also help with human emotions as well. Human emotions. That can understand my emotional pain and then hear and then gives me also advice as well. And so I spent a lot of time in various places, and what I see is that education technology will be rising. The market will be expanding rapidly. And then we see that the education businesses will evolve, and then opportunities in the education market will be increasing drastically. And that's why I think that education is a piece of this entire AI ecosystem. So, how do we change education? I have coined the 2 terms, BG and AG. Education before Gen AI versus education after Gen AI. This is the pivotal moment, and I came up with AI and education programs called AI for a Better World for All, addressing global challenges through inquiry-based learning and real-world scenarios, which will be part of the AI Sana project, which is to train 100,000 students for the next 6 years here in Kazakhstan. This program, it is not about learning AI models or learning to code. This is about experimenting. This is about playing with the various animations and simulations to understand how AI works. And the approach is hands-on and focused on sustainable development goal and inquiry-based. The way to learn this program is copy, paste, run. You do not need to know the syntax of various language grammars. No coding experience required. And I have done a lot of pilot testing around this. So my time is already up. So what I like to do is when the AI Sana program comes available to you, which will be happening in the matter of a few months, I want you to sign up and try it and learn with it and make a big difference for all. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the keynote, Solana Internet Capital Markets by Lili Liu, will begin in 1 minute. Please, take your seats.
Hi everyone. My name is Lily. I'm the president of the Solana Foundation. Who here's heard of Solana before? Yay, all right. Pretty good part of the audience. Who here holds Solana? All right, okay, we're gonna work on that a little bit. You've probably heard of Solana. It's a blockchain. It is also a beach in California. That's where the name came from, actually. Some historical trivia. It's one of the biggest blockchains in the world today. It is the most used blockchain. We do more transactions every day than all other blockchains combined, and then multiply that by a few. So Solana got started back in 2018 on the premise that to be global financial infrastructure, you've got to be performant. It's got to feel like the regular internet. So people oftentimes think about Solana, it's fast and cheap. That is true. But today I'm going to talk about why that is important today, why that's important in the long run, where we're going with all of this, and that's why we talk about internet capital markets. All right. So let's talk about capital markets today. I'm American. I grew up on the other side of the world. And the US reserve currency, biggest capital market in the world, and has been the basis for the American dream always, right? But even in America, today's capital markets don't work for everyone. So if you look at someone like Larry Fink, is at the apex of the world of Wall Street. I hear from nearly every client, nearly every leader, every person, they're more anxious about the economy than any time in recent memory. And why is this? Because when you look at the stock market, things should be going great, right? Up only. All-time highs, almost every week, especially recently. So what's going on? And at the same time, you've got, speaking of the American dream, 27% of Americans believe the American dream doesn't exist anymore. And only 15 years ago, that was 50% of Americans that believed you still had a chance at the American dream. And so what's underlying this? Well, there's two trends I'd like to point out. The first is that your freedom is hyperinflating. What do we mean by that? Well, 50 years ago, it took only 25 hours in order to buy one share of the S&P 500. And today, that is almost 8 times as much, 195 hours to be able to buy one share of S&P 500. It's an index of sort of the economy and access into capital growth. What that means is the time in your life when you can take the money you've earned and have that, turn that into capital, which is going to pay you back your time because you no longer have to work for your financial freedom, that line keeps on getting pushed further and further and further out. And one of the reasons this has also happened is because capital markets, they stay private for longer. So everyone would have liked to be able to invest in Uber in year 2, but how many people actually were? Bill Gurley from Benchmark was able to, and he made I don't even know how many billions of dollars because Uber was only able to go public in year 10. So what you see here is the public markets in relation to what everyone has, your time and your labor. That gap has only widened over time, and meanwhile, access to where the gains are actually being reaped is only going to a handful of a few in private markets. So another way of putting this is that the amount of time you have to spend to trade for one share of an index of the economy has gone 8x in the last 50 years. And today, said in dollar terms, is you'd have to have an average hourly wage of $240 to be able to buy one share of the S&P. And so what you see is this is the classic trade-off between capital and labor. The returns to labor have been relatively flat over time, not completely flat, but when you compare that to the returns to capital, this is a huge gap. And to make matters worse, 2008, you see the gains being privatized over the last 50 years, while the losses have been socialized. That is in the form of public debt. That is in the form of, you'll see that big spike there, that was in 2008, 2009, when $780 billion bailout, which actually by today's terms is fairly conservative. And so the gains are being privatized over time and the losses are being socialized. This is a raw deal for many people around the world. And to make matters worse, these figures are so large, they're even hard to read out loud. Increase in the national debt, the increase in the cost of servicing your debt, everything is going up and to the right, except for people's ability to change their labor into capital and buy their own time back over the course of their life. And even if you're in the most innovative economies in the world, I come from Silicon Valley, your labor there is really hard to convert into capital as well. Anyone who's worked at a startup, I mean, to get to 701 compliance, to be able to even earn equity, it's not for the faint of heart. And so the various ways that you can do honest work and buy some upside in the economy that you participate in, those options over time have just narrowed and narrowed and narrowed. And you'll hear a lot, especially given the focus on AI these days, people have oftentimes talked about resolving the economic impact of AI by distributing UBI, Universal Basic Income. In the blockchain world, we take a different perspective. We talk about UBO, Universal Basic Opportunity. And the reason why blockchain provides that is, with blockchain, data has become money, money has become data. That means anywhere you are in the world, you have the same access to the same financial rails anywhere, and the ability to learn how to build something, be a part of this economy. Not to say everyone's going to do that equally, but now at least sort of the raw components of being a part of the economic system in the future is available to anyone with access to the internet. That's 5.5 billion people. So let's talk about the capital markets aspect of this and why this is important. So how do you lower barriers for investors and for issuers? Said another way, how do you lower barriers for both the buy side and the sell side? Let's start with the buy side first. Private markets are private. Everyone wants to get into shares of SpaceX, of OpenAI. So they go from 10 billion to 100 billion to however many billions of dollars of valuation. How many people are able to do that? Very, very few. You've got to be a family office, access to a family office, incredibly hard, minimum check sizes of tens of millions of dollars. And what's happening is most of the best companies in the world are choosing to stay private for longer. So those returns in the first 10 years of their lives are accruing to the few. And what you therefore see is where all of this flush capital, especially with the monetary inflation we've seen over the last number of years, where are these assets going? Well, they're going to buy the things that they can buy. Alternatives, on one hand, which are also private assets, and then they're running into the tech stocks that are publicly listed, which is why the Magnificent Seven dominate the S&P 500. 1/3 of the S&P 500 is just 7 large tech companies. Public market asset concentration. And alternative assets aren't really alternative anymore because the same capital is looking where to go. But there is one public market which is always on, and you have a full range of assets at every stage of life, and really at the earlier stage of life as well, and that is the blockchain. Solana is on 24/7, 365, every minute of the day, and people are issuing tokens, issuing assets onto these blockchains that anyone around the world can access. And what crypto also does is it takes the ability to onboard into the financial system and simplifies that very dramatically. Anyone here who's ever opened a bank account, it's paper, banker conversation, paper, KYC, could even take you months. Whereas with the blockchain, you literally can set up a wallet and within minutes being able to access a full range of assets, not just whatever your broker is offering you, but literally anything that is on the blockchain, because everything is now just a token. And so anyone here has used a Phantom wallet before, or any wallet of your choosing, you can in the same wallet hold a dog coin, if that's what you're interested in, a tokenized dollar or a stable coin, tokenized RWAs or L1 tokens, and this full range of assets just shows up as a condensed list right in your browser. And what this also means is that wherever you are in the world, if you have access to your keys, you've got access to your assets. So that's on the buy side. Let's talk about the sell side. And this is the part which I think is particularly relevant, especially for a place like Kazakhstan. What it takes to issue an asset today is incredibly expensive. First of all, you've got to even have access to the most desired capital market in the world, which is the United States, and it costs you $15, $20 million at the least to be able to list. And that's typically going to lawyers and bankers. And that alone creates a very high listing threshold to be able to access liquidity, if you can even access a liquid exchange. Speaking of exchanges, there's of course the NYSE and NASDAQ in New York, and the concentration, the network effect that's built up around that over the last decades. And people are trying to compete with this, trying to list on London. There's a big effort to start an exchange in Texas to compete with New York. These are all regional exchanges. They're going to have to fight long and hard in order to compete with the distribution of what you have in New York. Alternatively, there is a capital markets exchange called the Internet with the blockchain that is open 24/7 and has the distribution of all of the folks that have ever signed up, used blockchain, which is about 200 million today, and is over time going to grow to the 5.5 billion people who are on the internet. So what this does is it opens up global as well as smaller business access to capital markets on secondaries, on issuers being able to access permanent capital. And that means for a place like Kazakhstan, where, for example, you can not only tokenize the commodity, but there are some of the foremost, for example, mining companies here in Kazakhstan that today only have the option of accessing capital markets through the AIX, which of course on the global scale does not have the depth or the breadth or the distribution as something like you have in New York City. So essentially what you already see today happening on the corners of capital markets is direct listings. And what the internet does and what blockchains do, what Solana does, is it allows anyone and everyone to potentially do a direct listing onto Solana. So what we're here to do is we're trying to build this vision of Solana is that native financial layer for the internet, just embedded into your browser in the same way that everyone uses TCP/IP, doesn't even think about it twice. And what we're here to do is unify all of the assets and all the ways to use those assets into a single experience that is just native to your mobile phone, native to your browser, and the underlying infrastructure for all of that is the blockchain. Here's the whole range of assets. Some folks here may have heard of meme coins. It's been a thing over the last year. Many folks here might also be familiar with the trends around stable coins and RWAs. These are all taking up different parts of the asset spectrum that together is going to be the full range of dollars to crypto native assets over time. And the vision here is access to liquidity, co-locate the liquidity of 5.5 billion people on the internet on one set of rails. So that's what we're up to. That's what blockchain is here to do. Anything can be a financial asset. Anyone can be a trader. Everything is going to be a finance app. Anyone can be an issuer. That's what we're building within Solana, the vision of internet capital markets. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the keynote, Digital Transformation, the Experience of Kyrgyz Republic by Azamat Shamangulov will begin in several minutes. Please, take your seats.
Добрый день, уважаемые участники.
Good afternoon, distinguished participants of the forum. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers of this event, which provides a platform to exchange experience, to showcase our successes and results. My today's speech would be quite light. I won't go into numbers. I won't give you any slides. I just wanted to share the experience of Kyrgyzstan in the area of digital transformation and digital public services. I'm the Minister of Digital Development of Kyrgyz Republic. And what do we do now? Today, I will focus on three main areas in the digital transformation of Kyrgyzstan. First, I'll talk about our national e-gov application Tunduk, which is similar to what Kazakhstan has. We've got 19 digital documents there, starting with ID card or the insurance documents for your car, which means that you no longer have to carry this documents. This is all recognized now as digital first documents, and we've got good experience here together with several government bodies. Namely, these are the services of issuing a birth certificate for a child. Before this service was introduced, about 10% of the kids did not get a birth certificate in the first year of their lives, so they were not seen by the system. After we introduced this service and we worked with several government bodies and ensured integration, now as the child is born, we automatically get the data that this child was born. Immediately we start proactive work when we schedule things, even childhood vaccinations. And it's important to work with other ministries in order to create useful services. We also need to have a good understanding in each government body that the data, the information is available in this ministry could become a component in these important services. And the second thing that I wanted to highlight is that this year we've adopted the digital code of the Kyrgyz Republic. This is basically the first document in the world that brought together several laws, 5 laws and 100 secondary legislation. We've worked on AI, on digital development, satellite connection, and so on. This document provides our businesses, international partners, and investors an understanding of safety, reliability in developing these services. For the first time, we now have the personal child data term and anonymized agreement to get anonymized services for the child. So this document was highly valued by the UN as well, and now our partners can enter our market without any concerns to work on the digital solutions. Now, speaking about AI, we've been talking about the AI a lot today. We all understand that it's here to stay. Even I was able to generate a good text with the AI, although I decided not to read it. But AI is a buzzword and everyone wants to develop it. but it requires a lot of capacity, a lot of infrastructure and investment. And in this sense, we are also working on that. We've developed our Kyrgyz language model. We are trying to enrich it, going into history, so that it can have a deeper analysis of Kyrgyz language. So we are also gradually supporting our private sector in terms of infrastructure. 2 years ago, we've launched supercomputers that we bought. We also plan to buy more supercomputers, giving access both to the government bodies and private organizations so that they can develop their own models. So when we talk about infrastructures as data centers and supercomputers, there's a very relevant issue of electricity supply for this infrastructure. Not all of the countries will have access to these capacities. Kyrgyzstan is one of the Central Asian countries that is rich in water resources, and we can afford this green energy to provide electricity to this infrastructure. So in a way of advertisement, I'd like to say that the country is ready to host investors to develop a digital infrastructure. Third thing that I wanted to note is a unique product for our country. That is our interagency cooperation system. This year we've adopted a law or a resolution of the government. We had to take drastic measures when we prohibited the government bodies from requesting paper-based documents from the population. When you need to get public services, you may know a situation when you come somewhere and they ask you to bring a paper copy of your passport with a stamp and so on. So we've now made it impossible to do. We had to take these drastic steps because otherwise the digitalization would not go forward. Now we cannot ask for paper documents. If the digital documents are available, a person can just show them. If some of the digital documents are not available on their phones, there is an interagency communication system where one government body can get additional information on the citizen from another government body without asking you to bring a paper document. I see that I don't have much time left, although I thought 10 minutes was a lot of time, but it actually is not. I hope that this platform will become a good platform for our startups who are presenting their solutions here in the exhibition. They have some great ideas. Hopefully this networking will be very useful. Thank you and all the best.
Ladies and gentlemen, the panel on how digital services and AI transforming business process standards in Kazakhstan will begin in 10 minutes.
Они там ставят. Раз, раз.
Почему запороли? Это микрофон.
Что надо сделать?
Мысалы, көлікті бір күнде сатып алу, және оны жақын адамыңызға беру. Немесе жаңа пәтерге көшу. Мұнда әркімнің өз бөлмесі болады. немесе өз ісіңізді ашу және басқа адамдардың өмірін өзгерту. Freedom Bank. Өзгеретін уақыт келді. Вы можете изменить мир вокруг себя уже сейчас. Например, купить машину за один день и подарить ее близкому человеку. Или переехать в новую квартиру, где у каждого будет своя комната. Или открыть свое дело и менять жизни других людей. Freedom Bank. Пора меняться.
You can change the world around you starting now. For example, buy a car in a day and give it to a close one. Or move into a new apartment where everyone will have their own room. Or start your own business and change other people's lives. Freedom Bank. Time to change.
Сіз айналаңыздағы әлемді қазір өзгерте аласыз. Мысалы, көлікті бір күнде сатып алу және оны жақын адамыңызға беру. Немесе жаңа пәтерге көшу. Мұнда әркімнің өз бөлмесі болады. Немесе өз ісіңізді ашу және басқа адамдардың өмірін өзгерту. Freedom Bank. Өзгеретін уақыт келді. Вы можете изменить мир вокруг себя уже сейчас. Например, купить машину за один день и подарить ее близкому человеку. Или переехать в новую квартиру, где у каждого будет своя комната. Или открыть свое дело и менять жизни других людей. Freedom Bank. Пора меняться.
You can change the world around you starting now. For example, buy a car in a day and give it to a close one. Or move into a new apartment where everyone will have their own room. Or start your own business and change other people's lives. Freedom Bank. Time to change.
Сіз айналаңыздағы әлемді қазір өзгерте аласыз. Мысалы, көлікті бір күнде сатып алу және оны жақын адамыңызға беру. Немесе жаңа пәтерге көшу. Мұнда әркімнің өз бөлмесі болады. Немесе өз ісіңізді ашу және басқа адамдардың өмірін өзгерту. Freedom Bank. Өзгеретін уақыт келді. Вы можете изменить мир вокруг себя уже сейчас. Например, купить машину за один день и подарить ее близкому человеку. Или переехать в новую квартиру, где у каждого будет своя комната. Или открыть свое дело и менять жизни других людей. Freedom Bank. Пора меняться.
You can change the world around you starting now. For example, buy a car in a day and give it to a close one. Or move into a new apartment where everyone will have their own room. Or start your own business and change other people's lives. Freedom Bank. Time to change.
Сіз айналаңыздағы әлемді қазір өзгерте аласыз. Мысалы, көлікті бір күнде сатып алу және оны жақын адамыңызға беру. Немесе жаңа пәтерге көшу. Мұнда әркімнің өз бөлмесі болады. Немесе өз ісіңізді ашу және басқа адамдардың өмірін өзгерту. Freedom Bank. Өзгеретін уақыт келді. Вы можете изменить мир вокруг себя уже сейчас. Например, купить машину за один день и подарить ее близкому человеку. Или переехать в новую квартиру, где у каждого будет своя комната.
Андрей, это ты, что ли?
My hands, they were strong, but my knees were falling. act like you know it. Trust your intuition. It's always your cry, 'cause I heard it screaming out your name. Your name. We're late with you. I could stay.
Да. Дамы и господа, панельная сессия Freedom Bank.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are beginning our next session, the panel session, Freedom Bank, in 2 minutes.
It can go your way. If you go your way, it can go your way. If you go your way, it can go your way. If you go your way, take your life.
После, да? Раз. Всем добрый день.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, dear speakers, dear guests. We're happy to welcome you at our panel session called How Digital Tools and AI Change Standards of Business Processes in Kazakhstan. First of all, I would like to welcome our speakers, Binur Jalenov, the head of the Digital Transformation Advisor to the CEO of National Bank, Renat Tukanov, General Director for Technology Freedom Holding Corporation, Sanjar Solimanov, Vice President and Regional Manager of Visa in Central Asia, Kairat Akhmetov, General Director of Freedom Telecom, Hussein Galim, Deputy Chairman of the Board of Bayterek. Now, I would also give some brief information in the beginning, and then we will have the launch of our project Freedom Business. According to Stanford AI Index for 2024, global investment into AI exceeded $189 billion US dollars, but only 42% of companies were able to introduce AI into the key business processes. The others use AI as a part of experiment or a pilot. Today, jointly with our speakers and Freedom Bank, we would like to demonstrate how we were able to include AI into our business processes and thus change those business processes. This is our mobile app, Freedom Business. Yesterday, our shareholder, Timur Turlov, showed it to the president, to Kassym-Jomart Tokayev. We demonstrated AI assistant that speaks in Timur's voice. This is a standard interface, corporate map, main accounts, and this is where we can launch our Freedom AI. Good day, Timur. How can I help you? Show me my bank details of MasterCard. Right now, in production, ready. Here's your bank detail of the account. I can also do the monthly payments of your loans. So this is a production app, and all the apps are in the tested mode. As you can see, the assistant speaks in Timur's voice. Let us ask the assistant in Kazakh. Aidos, could you please show us the account and show the payment for coffee? And now Timur will respond in Kazakh. Everything went well. Here is the payment to Aidos. And I can transfer the money into your personal account. Please make my monthly payment for my mortgage. We have 49 of various transactions, so 49 transactions were digitalized. You can use your mobile app. Ready. Your mortgage payment was successfully sent. What else can I do? So you can do your mortgage payment, pay salary to my employees. Done. Soon the salaries will be received. I can also pay country agents. I would just need the names of companies and the amounts. And so Timur Turlov can pay your salary. I have a super card in Freedom. Please send 10,000 to my card. Done. We did everything that you asked, and now I can show the bank details. So you see, we trained our AI assistant, and we would like to know what they know about our speakers. Let's ask, what do you know about our panel session, Digital Bridge, and our speakers? Today, at the best panel session of Digital Bridge, we have the best speakers. The father of digital tenge, Binur Zhalenov, the person that the whole Freedom Holding relies on, Renat Tukanov. Sanjar Suleimanov, the person who builds Freedom Holding's future, Kairat Akhmetov. A deputy chairman of Bayterek, Usen Galim. And moderator is the mother of digital process, Aynur Timirkhan Kaze. Galim, unfortunately, we weren't able to receive information from Bayterek and learn more about you. I hope that you will tell us more about yourselves. Also, I would like to mention that ChatGPT will be available to all our clients, and it will be free of charge. AI assistant and ChatGPT. Now let us move to the first speaker. And I have a question to Binur Zhalenov. According to Oxford Inside Research for 2024, there's index of readiness of government to use AI. The strength of Kazakhstan is the development of digital government. Binur, what are the processes with AI and new technologies can National Bank share with us? Aynur, thank you very much for having given me the floor. Hi to you all, and thank you for this invitation to the panel session. I will try to respond to this issue from a different angle. Jointly with the financial market development, we carried out research of AI at financial market. We asked 95 organizations, also the participants of AIFC. So the results of the research will be published soon, but here are some results. Only 37 organizations use generative AI in risk management, so about 40% of the market. And the others are just experimented, and only 11 of those assessed the effect as positive. So out of 95 organizations as a whole in the financial market, only 11 learned some value from AI. This is a representative sampling and the way generative AI is being used at financial market. I believe it is quite low right now. We need R&D of business effect and how to get its value at the most. There are some limitations that participants of the market outline. Second is lack of personnel. It's clear that we don't have enough people who can do it. And third is regulatory restriction. As soon as you start implementing Gen AI in important processes, you start this gray area of uncertainty. You don't know whether you can use AI in this process. Do you need to still have humans or not? So all these restrictions impede the complete scale-up. And also lack of GPU or a lack of capacity. And this is a chicken and egg problem. On the one hand, in order to identify business value, we need to invest into R&D, because AI is an experiment after all. But this experiment is quite expensive right now. So you have to look at the infrastructure, you need to buy a GPU, etc., etc. And in order to get all this budget and show business effect, a lot needs to be done. So business effect will not be shown without the hypothesis. So this chicken and egg problem needs to be sliced into two. We understand there are some big players who can invest more easily, and again, AI can become the reason for the big gap between the large players and the newcomers to the market. As a state, as a whole, and as a regulator, we need to work together. We will present a comprehensive concept of AI development for financial market on the 15th November at the Central Asian Summit. But talking about the basics, we need to have a separate regulatory sandbox, so the second-tier banks and international financial organizations could experiment without any limits. We also work with the regulator regarding providing access to the resources of the national supercomputer. In case if you have a hypothesis, you can connect to this computer and test it. Right now, we are already working on that, and that is my response to your question in more detail. So first of all is the super tech and regulatory and supervisory technologies. Basically, over 2,000 legal entities are monitored. These are pawn shops, many other financial organizations. It's a huge data that is being assessed and monitored by people right now. So right now, the team for the financial monitoring has already created a Subtech Super app with the use of Gen AI. It can analyze a big amount of data and move forward. And as you know, there is Otinish, which is the platform where you can send your complaints to the government. Of course, a team needs to use generative AI in order to process all these complaints. Within the National Bank, we also work on introducing AI into the currency monitoring. We see a big potential of AI agents in order to speed up the process. We also work on generative AI and AI assistant at the level of our macro activity. This is basically a chatbot analog of ChatGPT but at a bigger level. Our biggest ambition is to try and create a virtual member of the committee that would be trained on the historic data and would have access to the data from the statistical point of view and would provide alternative opinion on the issue of various macroeconomic forecasts. We believe that as soon as we reach the critical mass of expertise of this AI agent, we will be able to improve its application in various areas, including research and other areas. And another big area is AI agent to fight fraud. Last year, a National Anti-Fraud Center was launched. And we work on creating AI agents that will allow to register the incident sooner and classify whether it's fraud or not. So this is the vision that we have. Thank you very much, Binur. I believe that development and R&D always goes together with the regulatory of infrastructure. And a quick question, since you are father of digital tenge, briefly, could you let us know about that? There are about 300 billion digital tenge. And in the address to the people, the head of the state gave the task to scale up the use of digital tenge at state or quasi-state expenses, and digital tenge will be used there. In 2 words, the idea is that we can mark and program digital tenge in such a way that it is used in a targeted way. There is no miracle there. Everything will work only if GovTech will have the right information. Briefly, an example. So there is road construction, and there are all the components that you need for this road construction. And for example, all these components need to come from the database. Who has the right to procure the pebbles, for example, or cement for road construction? And it can only come from the database and nowhere else. We're testing out this technology. We have first successful cases, and I believe that in the next 3 to 5 years we'll be able to move to digital tenge. Thank you very much, Binur. Renat, you are the chief expert in the area of cybersecurity. Where is the balance between technologies and risks? Keeping in mind the last draft law on AI, how will that affect the local tech companies? Thank you, Ainur, for this question. I would like to also thank you for the invitation. The question about cybersecurity is, who has heard about this 2-step authentication? Do you have that with your ChatGPT? No? Well, that's why we will all die. ChatGPT knows everything about us, and it means that we always look at technology as the pill that will solve all the problems. But looking in the past, that used to be the case. When electricity appeared, everybody thought, that's great, that's amazing, let's have it. When internet appeared, it seemed that we had all the freedom in the world, but in both cases, when electricity just emerged, nobody remembers that there were also fires due to electricity. People died just because they didn't know how to use electricity in the right way. Similar to internet, it's freedom, you can download anything you want, but then you end up with virus and with firewall and cyber attacks. AI is going the same way right now. Of course, there should be time for the technologies to build trust. So the cycle itself is the same, and we're now at this stage where we feel this magic. And now we believe that AI will win us all, and that might happen sometime. And that is why we need to have the laws in order to have some sort of understanding of the rules of the game. what models are there, how are they used, and how they make decisions. From the risk point of view, the cycle is the same. First, we introduce something, then there is a first incident, and we learn, and then we already have framework, rules, and laws. And these rules and laws are aimed not at restriction of the development of the industry, but at providing the borders within which people should live and work. Otherwise, we will not have this feeling of trust when people are ready to plug electricity or plug their appliances into the outlet. The risks accompany all the technologies, and often we want to shift responsibility for our safety over to the banks or companies or elsewhere, and we often forget that it all comes to the question. For example, if your password is not strong, it'll be easy to be sold. If it's too simple, or if you don't have the two-step authentication, having your password, all your data can be stolen, and it can be done just within a matter of seconds because scammers automate all their activities. So my point is that we should think about protecting our data. We should be curious about it. Having two-step authentication will take 3 minutes. It'll take more time to explain why it's needed. But the rules are actually quite clear. If you create an account, please do two-step authentication. And that can help you with a lot of problems in the future. As far as the risks are concerned, now we're also discussing many issues such as approaches to how we need to look at the output of all the models as the next step. Of course, all of that will be automated in the future, and there will be clearer results at the end of the day that will assess whether the model meets the standards. And again, going back to cybersecurity, there is a reason for ISO 27001, which describes simple things. If you developer, if you introduce the system of cybersecurity in your company, in your organization, or elsewhere, this is what you should do, the standard that you should do. And our agency to regulate financial market follows this 164 bullet points of these rules, and they also want to see the way the companies introduce cybersecurities. And similarly will be done with AI. The same law that was adopted in Europe will also give certain outline, the borders of how using AI. For example, you cannot use face recognition for purposes as that are not the ones that are stated in the law. So, for instance, we are all sitting here, and probably none of you would have liked if we had a face recognition system. And if this face recognition system would be illegal and it would record your seating arrangements, your emotions, your reactions, and so on. And although you might not think about it when they just film you, with the AI, things are now easier to access. You can process the images and see how the person feels. You probably wouldn't want that to be in public domain. So the laws are aimed to resolve these issues. I won't go into the technical component of it because it's not of that great of an interest. It's more interesting to discuss philosophy. We're thinking about the future, whether AI will dominate. Well, it's a 50-50 now. It either will or won't. Okay, probably in the matters of security, this is a number one issue, avoiding deepfakes and other similar issues. Thank you, Rinat. Now my question will go to Sanjar, the father of FinTech. How does Visa implement AI in its processes and its work? What are the trends for the future that you see? Thank you very much. Well, as a company, We are investing, and we have been investing into AI for 30 years now. And the AI is not a new concept for us. And I'll break this into two parts. We're talking a lot about security today. And as a company, first of all, we see the main application, as Binur has mentioned, in creating anti-fraud center. We are using AI quite actively to search for fraud and to have predictive identification of the cases like that. And AI allows us to do it in various countries in different manner because it adapts to current reality. And we can see some successes already to strengthen our position. At the end of last year, we merged with Featurespace. This was the first model that in 2008 was founded by a Cambridge professor. They're bringing the best minds, and using their models, they try to identify anomalies in the transactions. So fraud identification and security is #1 priority, and we'll continue investing in it. Second, that would be of interest to the public is the opportunity to buy things through agents. I've seen a few presentations already on Gentek and AI being the future, and you've already demonstrated the first results of implementing AI in the apps. So we can see that digital commerce, e-commerce will be changing. Whereas you are used today buying goods through Marketplace, Ozon, Kaspi, Wildberries, where you see millions of cards for the goods. Things will change. Just yesterday, together with OpenAI and Shopify in the US, we've launched a new trend, which is called Gentek AI procurement. You can just simply give a prompt to ChatGPT, like find me a clay vase with flowers. You will see the cards of the product. You can verify that with your biometric data or passwords, and your personal data, financial data will be put in through the agent automatically, and then you don't have to do anything else. You just confirm it. And we believe this type of interaction with e-commerce will totally change our capabilities. It will totally change the rules of the game between the large resellers and small business. Small businesses will be able to compete with large players in this way, and as a company, we believe that these technologies will help us in doing that in a quick and easy way. We will have a seamless introduction at the level of data tokenization, and as a regular user, you will no longer be concerned about abuse of your financial data. So these are the two main areas that we're working on, and we as the oldest fintech in the world believe in that. So hopefully during next Digital Bridge we will be able to show you real examples from Kazakhstan. Thank you. Thank you, Sanjar. We've been discussing it informally before the session, whereas LLM was in the background in the past and the banking was in the front. But this example now shows when banking goes to the background and LLM comes forward. When through voice commands you can ask for things and then the services will do that and process it. And the clients won't see that. We can find fines, we can repeat your previous supermarket order, and Freedom AI Assistant would become the core of it. Thank you, Sanjar. That was cool. Next, Kairat is the person who is building our future. Tell us about the innovative technologies you are using, the standards that you use, and please elaborate. How does AI help you? Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the audience I see people standing in the back. It's great to see a lot of interest to this session, and I also would like to thank Ainur and our bank's team that were able to develop this product. Although I've seen a lot of things, things that you showed us still looks like magic, and integrating ChatGPT in a banking app is still something brave. And in this sense, the freedom corporate culture tells us that we are ready to be brave and implement, daring to implement advanced solutions. So things that we are doing in telecom are partially inspired by our colleagues like yourself, Aidos, and other successful companies in the ecosystem. It's about disrupting the market. It's about coming up with an idea. And Timur Turlov often asks, like, Kairat, you've learned how to build Sergek CCTV quickly and cheap. Can you find the cheaper cable, like on AliExpress? Can you build things cheaper and faster? And we tried explaining that maybe like a cable you find somewhere on AliExpress is for home use, and we wanted a different one, but the laws of physics are the same. So we started asking ourselves questions. Maybe why not? Why do we have to use old ways of design, be it AutoCAD design, or why do we need certain field trips to villages? So you go to a village with 6,000 houses, and if you want to use old ways in design, you would need a few teams and a couple of weeks. Whereas today we can send a drone, get a video, analyze it through computer vision, and you get a quick design in less than 24 hours to bring fiber optics to a village of 6,000 houses. So AI is a disruptive technology, and you can reinvent things with it. And you can do it in an easier manner with less people when you have AI engineering, when you can bring together this work, not just through ChatGPT, but through Claude and Gemini and other platforms. You can brainstorm not just with people, but as I often do now when we have brainstorm meetings. And to add to that brainstorm, we add one or two LLMs that can participate. And that changes our world and our approaches. And maybe in this way we will be able to build an infrastructure quickly that Kazakhstan's ecosystem requires to ensure broadband access, to give access to LLMs, to reduce the load from requests, like in the Freedom Bank app. And we want to increase this processing capacities, and we truly believe that the world will change quicker than we can imagine. Thank you, Kairat. I was watching your podcast together with Aidos and Rinat Tukanov, and I remember Aidos said that freedom will become much stronger with telecom, and we believe in this future. So hopefully during the next Digital Bridge we'll demonstrate these synergies. Thank you. Given a big group of companies in the holding, my next question goes to Galimusen. How do you work with big data? What technologies do you use, and how do you use AI? Because I wasn't able to find any information, and neither did our assistant. Thank you for this question, Ainur. First of all, let me thank all of you for being here. It's great to speak to a big audience. And I'm also grateful to the Ministry of AI and Digitalization now, as it's called, for organizing this event. And people say that they don't know much about Byteric, but it's the sign of our modesty. And Byteric Holding is the second largest financial institution in the country, with 14 trillion tenge, over 10% of Kazakhstan's GDP. And our companies are well known, some of them. That's Otbasy Bank, Kazakhstan Development Bank, Industry Development Fund, Entrepreneurship Development Fund, Damu. Some might be less known, but we are present. We are present in almost all spheres of lives of our citizens in a good sense. If you're riding a bus, there is a chance that this bus was procured through leasing in the Industry Development Fund. If you drive a car that was manufactured in Kazakhstan, most probably the assembly plant was built with the funding from the Kazakhstan Development Bank. And it's another important sector is the agro-industrial complex. So the bread that you eat was probably baked from the wheat that was planted and harvested with the support of Byteric Holding. And housing bank, Otbasy Bank, probably issued your mortgage. And last year, we've financed 4 trillion tenge in Kazakhstan's economy. This year, we have a more ambitious task, 8 trillion tenge. In the first 8 months of the year, we've already disbursed as much money as last year. That's 4 trillion tenge. And in the remaining months, we will reach the target of 8. These are real factories, real jobs. So I wanted you to learn more about Byteric Holding as well. As for the question, as the colleagues have mentioned, for AI to give an effect, we need to build infrastructure for data collection. Throughout its history, Byteric Holding has accumulated a lot of data. And last year, finally, we were able to implement a single storage with over 20 systems connected. The data goes to the same place, and then we can use AI to process this data to get tangible results. As for AI projects, as Ainur mentioned in the beginning, there are companies that are already implementing projects, others are just in the piloting phase. And because in our group we have a variety of financial institutions, the level of digital maturity will be different. Some of them are already implementing concrete solutions. For instance, Kaz Agrofinance, that leases agricultural machinery, they have implemented an interesting solution of monitoring these vehicles using AI. In the past, to do an inventory, we needed to organize field trips to each region. We had a whole committee going. We went out to each of our lessees. We compiled reports, and we were only able to do inventory on about 3,000 units of machines per year. Now it's all done in the app. farmer can just send us photos of a tractor or other agricultural machinery. The information goes to our database, or they take a photo in the app. As soon as they're online, the information is uploaded, transferred to LLM that processes the data and images and identifies the type of this machine, whether there are any damage or cracks. And this year we will do an inventory of 27,000 units. So it's a tenfold increase almost. Another example is an assistant. It might be simple, but we listened to what our clients wanted. First of all, we have a variety of instruments that we provide to our clients. There are about 70 different instruments: leasing, loans, investment, insurance, and so on and so forth. And the clients were complaining that it's confusing. And we've implemented a portal. You can go through ed.gov.kz. And another important condition for the tool is that often the tools have descriptions with a lot of legalese, and we do everything for our clients, but sometimes for clients it's too difficult, especially for our farmer clients. So AI has become this magic wand. We try to formulate the response to the prompts of the users in a plain language. You can go to any website. You can go through eGov, find this icon to bring you to chatbot, and they will answer your questions. In the back, there is a Claude-based LLM 3.7. Thank you. Thank you very much. Next time, I guess I will call you the AI father of Byterek. Thank you. That was very interesting. You know, all of our speakers here were very clear, and they are true professionals. And I will have a question to all of you. Who or what is your inspiration? And let me start. I like the quote from Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella. I'll try to speak louder than our neighbors.
Do you have something to contribute? Because there is no God-given right to exist if you don't have anything relevant. I love it. Соответственно, Binur.
Binur, what's your favorite inspirational quote? It's an unexpected question. I won't remember the exact quote, but it goes along the same words that you did. It's a JFK phrase. Before asking what the country can do for you, think about what you can do for the country. Renat?
I actually haven't heard anything because it's so loud. What is your favorite quote? What could you contribute here? Well, that's a good idea. And I was at the same session with Timur, and young people came and asked, how can we reach success the same way that Timur did? And he said, you have to work hard. We always talk about that. People usually believe in talent but forget about discipline. But in the long run, again, it is the discipline that wins, not so much the talent. And of course, work hard and disciplined. So, two-step authentication and work hard. Sanjar, what did you Google? No, I didn't Google anything. But I will say one thing. As far as motivation is concerned, our CEO always says that over the last 5 years, the technology changed more than they did over the last 60 years. As people, as personnel. And if we don't change as a company, we will become irrelevant. It affects the way we think, and of course, that inspires us greatly. And my personal opinion, there is a great, serious, and I say curious, but not judgmental. I think this is very relevant. Quite often we consider everything from the negative point of view, but we forget to be curious. So we need to dig deeper and see what stays behind the innovations. So I'll be brief, and these are my favorite quotes. Thank you very much, Kairat. We have problem with sound. What did you ask us? Who we are inspired by? What's your favorite quote? What inspires you, and what can you contribute to our audience? I always say I have 3 favorite physicists: Isaac Newton, Albert Einstein, and Richard Feynman. And they're all very different. Everybody knows about Einstein. Newton, you studied in school. But anybody knows about Feynman? So just a couple people. This is my favorite physicist. And he loved people, he loved science. And I am inspired by his curiosity and ability to understand the world and give something good to the humanity. And I think we can learn from that. And there are people much better than me as far as communication is concerned. And I'm also inspired by my colleagues, by the market and freedom ecosystem, and in our market. I believe we're very optimistic. As Timur says, and people from Silicon Valley and from China are part of this competition between the East and West. In the area of AI, this is great. I think there is another good example, Richard Tennis. There was a high competition at the court, but in life they were still the best friends. You have the right to be right or happy, and lately I've been choosing happy. Thank you, Kairat. I have another association for you. Probably maths, physics, and telecom go together. What is your credo? What motivates you? Actually, I can hear the other room much better than I can hear you. I understand you're asking me the same question as other people. I get inspired by our people. Over 16 years I spent abroad, 15 years in Japan, 1 year in US. And I understand where we are at the global arena. But the fact that we were able to do all that, to have this forum at such a level and just demonstrate us and our abilities and show that we also develop AI, that we have the whole ministry, I think we have very ambitious goals. and we can achieve great results. So even in the bed we see something good, even if we look at the match, Real Kairat, nobody said anything bad about Kairat team. So I think we can get inspired by our people. Thank you very much to our speakers. Thank you for your inspiring speeches and the professionalism and the panel discussion that we just had. We thank the audience, and we would like to say that AI is a must-have. This is reality of today. This is what we need to look ahead. We need to change our way of thinking, our digital mindset, and the use of AI. To live with these technologies, we need to think about all these aspects and be creative. Thank you. Dear speakers and moderators, you can have a group photo on the stage. And in 5 minutes we will start the next panel session.
Можно остановить.
Мысалы, көлікті бір күнде сатып алу, және оны жақын адамыңызға беру. Немесе жаңа пәтерге көшу. Мұнда әркімнің өз бөлмесі болады. Немесе өз ісіңізді ашу, және басқа адамдардың өмірін өзгерту. Freedom Bank. Өзгеретін уақыт келді. Вы можете изменить мир вокруг себя уже сейчас. Например, купить машину за один день и подарить ее близкому человеку. Или переехать в новую квартиру, где у каждого будет своя комната. Или открыть свое дело и менять жизни.
Ladies and gentlemen, the panel discussion Telecom as a platform for the digital future will begin in 7 minutes. Please, take your seats.
For example, buy a car in a day and give it to a close one. Or move into a new apartment where everyone will have their own room. Or start your own business and change other people's lives. Freedom Bank. Time to change.
Сіз айналаңыздағы әлемді қазір өзгерте аласыз. Мысалы, көлікті бір күнде сатып алу, және оны жақын адамыңызға беру. Немесе жаңа пәтерге көшу. Мұнда әркімнің өз бөлмесі болады. Немесе өз ісіңізді ашу, және басқа адамдардың өмірін өзгерту. Freedom Bank. Өзгеретін уақыт келді. Вы можете изменить мир вокруг себя уже сейчас. Например, купить машину за день. Подарить ее близкому человеку. Или переехать в новую квартиру, где у каждого будет своя комната. Или открыть свое дело и менять жизни других людей. Freedom Bank. Пора меняться.
Kazakhstan has so many incredibly beautiful places to spend your holidays. To find them before, you had to search the internet or ask friends. Now there's a new section in Kaspi Travel, Kazakhstan, where you can choose a place for your vacation at great prices. Choose your holiday destination in Kazakhstan with the Kaspi KZ Super App. Kaspi KZ, made in Kazakhstan.
At the heart of Eurasia, a signal pulses across the land from the vast Kazakh steppes to the world's busiest data hubs. We connect continents, businesses, and generations. This is where big data becomes big insight, where numbers turn into knowledge, and knowledge powers a continent. Tradition and technology, no longer opposites, but one single path. Even the most silent places speak in the language of data.
Добрый день. Я думаю, мы можем начинать.
Good afternoon. I think we can start. I would like to welcome you to this session. Telecom is a platform for digital future. Today we have 4 speakers. So we have the chairman of telecommunication from the Ministry of Digital Development of Republic of Kazakhstan, Oskar Zhimbakin, General Director KSO, Alexey Sharavar, General Director Cascode, and Alexander Babichev, Director General Tele2 Altel, Kazakhstan. I see that each speaker has a support group. Can you hear us all out there in the back? It's not the first time that we meet with this group of people. We were also at Digital Almaty Forum, and it's always a great pleasure to see a full audience at the telecom session. So we see it as a relevant topic. And today I suggest looking into the future, to advanced technologies, Let's not discuss the routine things such as quality of communication, fines, etc. Let's talk about innovative. Let's talk about good news. Kazakhstan gets better and better rating at Euclid test. Now it ranks 45. This is the best indicator among CIS countries. Kazakhstan is leading as far as speed and quality is concerned of internet. So my first question is to Damir. Do you think this result is linked to 5G introduction, and whether the progress meets the standard and expectations of people and state? Dear friends, dear colleagues, I'm happy to welcome you all at Digital Bridge Forum 2025. I'm happy to see there's a lot of interest in this area. We have so many participants, long lines everywhere. So I bet it talks about the importance of digitalization, and the topic of this year's Digital Bridge dedicated to AI. And at various platforms we see a lot of demand. And the head of the state talks about that. And we also note the change of the name of the Ministry of Digital Development and Ministry of Digital Development and AI. And the management of our ministry was changed. He was appointed as the Vice Prime Minister. A great attention is paid to digitalization. We also talk about AI introduction and development of communications, because AI cannot talk the way we do, with ears and tongue. It uses signals for communication. So our whole industry, our colleagues, work on improving the current situation, making sure that Kazakhstani are happy with the services of telecommunication. Talking about the rating, that's how we grow, and this is just a fact. We don't compare ourselves with others. We always compare ourselves to ourselves in the past. And we see that we have average speed of internet that grows in mobile, and it is also linked to 5G. And that includes the efforts of the operators that also link to mobile backhaul development. As a whole, the development of infrastructure. And we have specific goals to develop infrastructure. You also know that we signed the investment agreement with Kazakh Telecom, and we started fiber optic connection to various rural areas. And we're connecting the mobile operators to the network. And jointly with 5G, I believe this will help with improving quality of communication, not only in cities, but also in rural areas. We all understand that, keeping in mind the development of digital technologies and increased content consumption, according to our data, the content grows by 120% annually. And so the great goal for operators is to support infrastructure. If we compare this industry to the electricity, we would have a sold out if the volumes were increasing that much. But our operators modernize their network, their data centers. We introduce 5G. We are already getting ready for 6G, and I will mention that later as well. Thank you, Damir. It's true that traffic grows exponentially, and that happens all across the world. And now the average indicator for traffic is 20 gigs, and this is not even the highest indicator. There are other countries with higher indicators. My next question is to Oskar. Since we're talking about 5G, KCell is actively introducing this standard. Do you see any changes in the behavior of your users in comparison to LTE? We see that the speed is increased significantly, and whether traffic is increased as well, maybe the type of services is increased, and how does that affect your users? Thank you for your question. Maybe I will ask the same question. Can you hear us in the room? It feels that it's a rock concert and we can't hear each other. We hear noises from outside. Thank you for your question. In 2022, jointly with Tele2 Altel Consortium, we bought 5G frequencies. So 2 out of 3 operators have 5G and can further develop it. We can have high-speed internet. In these 2.5 years, we've been building the networks very actively. Throughout Kazakhstan, we have a lot of 5G services. Traffic grew threefold. And right now, the average consumption is about 30 gigabit per user. Sorry, gigabyte. And if we look at the speed, we can look at J-Lo or Backstreet Boys concert. We talked about 100 megabit per second. And these are higher frequencies, and they can penetrate deeper. They show the spectrum that we have of 100 megahertz, and this will allow us to offer services at high speed. We can see a similar situation with consumption. In the beginning of 2024, only 20% of users use 5G. Now 40% of users use 5G. I believe that our colleagues see similar situation. People buy new devices 5G ready at the same time. Not everyone can use this opportunity, so we urge you, if there are other operators with this capability, you can do that. Basically, you drive an expensive supercar with a speed limit of 40 kilometers per hour. Thank you, Oskar. We talk about 5G, and we also talked about joint construction of 5G networks between Tele2 and Altel. So my question is, so you worked together with a set, but the nucleus said that Tele2 has a better network. How come? Thank you very much for your question. Please let me know that you can hear me. Before responding to the question, I would like to urge Oskar's vision to use the operators that have 5G. But better yet is to use operators with the fastest 5G. Regardless of our project for joint development of the network, network is a set of various platforms that represent the single infrastructure. We have cash service, we have transportation, so we can also create content and make sure it is delivered faster to the users. We have various technologies that are used by us in order to improve our clients' experience. And jointly with KSL, of course, we develop RAM and the general spectrum, but all the other elements are developed independently.
This simply means that in some ways we are developing better, in some ways we can provide better client service. For instance, in our network, we use VoLTE technology, necessary technology in 5G development, because it allows for seamless voice transmission through the internet without interrupting internet consumption during the call. So over 30% of all traffic is now the VoLTE traffic, and this is one of the examples that demonstrates things we can do, and it gives us an advantage and better client experience. So that would be my answer. Thank you, Alexander. Thank you for detailed answer. We've talked about 5G, and Beeline has made the competitors' life a bit easier because it's not participating in this competition for 5G. And our speaker here represents the Beeline Group, Alexeis Kaskot, CEO, dealing with artificial intelligence. So my first question is about infrastructure. Where does Beeline as a group invest from the standpoint of infrastructure in Kazakhstan? Thank you. You know Beeline's position, good 4G is better than bad 5G, but also from the standpoint of a software company, we can say that that's not the only technology that we can idolize, but also AI, and we invest in AI, especially in Kaz LLM creation that we did together with our partners from Astana Hub, from the ministry, from SAI. The guys are all here. You can take a look at the stand, how it works. This is not some cloud-based solution. It's real, and it works on real issues. We've launched it in Zhanimda, for instance, and already we have a tutor on Kazakh learning. You all know Duolingo, but it does not have Kazakh as an option, and that is our need, so that we can continue to train and to maintain cultural traditions and heritage. But we need infrastructure. We understand the way the clouds or NVIDIA earn their money, but to have good computing capacity, GPUs, we need servers here in Kazakhstan, and we've invested into a company and created a hyper cloud solutions company. That is focused on GPU, on computing capacities that are already here in Kazakhstan, and startups can work faster. There are already good examples of Kazakhstani companies that use AI, raise investment, and we can support this with infrastructure. Thank you. Thank you. Since we are talking about AI, I have a question to Damir first. When we talk about AI, often people link that to sovereignty. So how do we ensure sovereignty, and what does it mean? And also, what type of infrastructure do we need to develop inside the country related to AI, and do we need to regulate AI? Thank you for this question. In terms of sovereignty, I'll start there. As you may know, in Kazakhstan, we've launched the supercomputing cluster. This is the only one in the region right now. It's now functioning actively, and we are now doing work on its practical application. So we have a good understanding that from the standpoint of infrastructure sovereignty, we need our own computing capacities. As for sovereignty from the standpoint of content and the LLM models themselves, hopefully you know that in Kazakhstan we've launched, together with Cascode, we've launched the Kaz LLM. It's a Kazakh language-based language model. Again, that is very important. And ChatGPT that was coded in English, it thinks in English. So any prompts that you send in Russian, it translates it into English, then computes it in its own language, then translates it back into Russian. And as the result, you are getting processed information. And the functioning of the model works like that. Thanks to our joint effort, we've launched Kazakh-based model. You know that our neighboring countries were also working on that, and sometimes they got a response in Kazakh where they asked in the language of the neighboring country. So it's a question of digital sovereignty as well. So right now we are actively working on drafting a law on AI upon instruction of the president. It's now in Parliament during the second reading process. So from the standpoint of regulation, as the government, we understand that there is a need for regulation. We are not talking about restricting it, because currently, given the level of digitalization and development and the efforts that we have already taken as a country, it's impossible. You cannot just put fences around, because either you're riding this wave together with the world and you use it for your own benefits, or you try fighting it, but you will lose in that fight. So we have a clear understanding of our strategy, of the way we will move forward. We are now adopting a law on the AI, and there is instruction of the president to work on that. There are also ethical issues there. There is a education-related question. This might not be the platform where we can discuss those aspects, but overall, I'll repeat, we understand our path forward. Yesterday, AI Council under the President was created, and it includes global names in AI implementation. So from the standpoint of concepts and strategies, I think we will take the right decisions. Thank you. Thank you, Damir, and we wish the government all the best in this work, in implementing AI technologies. And we actually can see that the operators, together with the ministry, are working on eliminating the digital inequality, and are also now doing that with AI, with LLMs, when services become available, accessible to all people, even those who only speak Kazakh. I've got my slides. If you could put on the last slide on the screen. This is the slide dedicated to AI and the way the operators globally use AI in their work or products as assessed by GSMA. And about 50% of operators use it in client services, 18% network setup, optimization, and so on. Sales and marketing 16%, followed by the other groups, corporate functions, data centers, and so on. So if we look at the operators, about 80% of all AI implementation among the operators is aimed at cost reduction, and only 20% is aimed at generating some new products or new profits. So my next question is to Oskar. KSL is working on AI implementation as far as I know. And what type of solutions do you use it for? As you have mentioned, AI is used to improve operations. And similarly to that pie chart, we are also implementing it in a call center. We use it for anti-fraud. Anti-fraud is probably something that all of our colleagues work on. We develop algorithms trying to reduce the number of fraudulent calls. And in the third quarter, the number of fraudulent calls decreased twofold. In 9 months, we've blocked over 2 million calls already. And months ago, we also launched a product on automatic detection and highlighting to the client in the mobile app. They can choose a function, and it works in a way that it will highlight you the degree of suspicion of this incoming call. Of course, we are using different open data or closed private resources for that, so we are just putting a note there that this might be a fraudulent call, just to warn people. In terms of network, we are still looking at it, different ways to optimize it, incidents, and so on. Some elements of machine learning are already being used, but to the full extent as people imagine when the network is governed by AI, we're not there yet. Well, we can see that Kazakhstan is following the global trend in terms of the resources distribution. My next question is done to Alexander. Let me cut in. It's about a big sales force, it's call centers, frontline. There you always have the need to cut cost and increase the number of transactions per employee. And the market itself, look at the operator. There are as many products that can be used for the networks as operators, and from the standpoint of customer care, that's the whole SME and retail center in the world, potentially. So the product and the market that's coming to us when potential vendors come to us with the products, there are more proposals than we can use. In Tele2, we have AI first strategy, at least that's what you can see on Google, and it's being implemented in different processes. So I would like to ask you about the link between AI and 5G. Like vendors and marketing say 5G networks are AI native. So how do you implement AI in your processes or new generation of networks? Thank you very much for this question. Actually, AI, in our case, is used at many stages of our activities, both commercial and technical. And what's most interesting is that they're all interlinked. For instance, we can look at the patterns of 5G base station operation, and we can have a certain degree of probability or confidence that there is some error, and we can proactively fix it. Also, based on the understanding of the load per base station, we can optimize the operations of the base station, its angles or its parameters, so it could fit a situation on the ground. That is the self-optimized network function. where the network in some parts of it can adjust depending on the situation. If there is an increased load in some place, the network can self-regulate. This is all done with AI, and it's very important to understand that we are already using that. Over 200 base stations in our network are already using this technology. How will it affect client experience? You've seen now in the diagram that many cases of AI use are about client experience and network and so on. And then based on how we improve the quality of the network, we can understand how will client experience of a specific individual improve based on these adjustments we do. And based on that, we can forecast some of the indicators of a client, like client's lifetime value, use of services, and so on. This is an example when AI technologies are integrated in one part of operator's work, is then used in a different part of operators' work, and that leads to big cumulative effect, performance improvement, revenues increase, and so on. And you mentioned our new shareholder BH and the way we use strategy. I need to mention there that in the framework of the strategy, a lot of attention is paid to AI technology development, and the very first thing we did, in addition to developing and implementing the cases, was to prepare and develop infrastructure, because the key to be capable to implement these products, AI-based products, both inside the organization and for external clients, is to have a well-developed infrastructure with data storage, with GPU capacities, video cards capacities, and so on. Just today, we signed an MOU on the use of NAT GPU capacities. We've signed it today to accelerate our capabilities to be able to work on the AI cases faster. Thank you. Thank you, Alexander. Next question goes to Alexei. There was a big discussion here of using that for client experience and B2C segment to optimize the network. Do you see a potential in B2B sector? Are there any products that you're already offering to other companies or small businesses? That's a good question. We did a lot with AI as a telecom company. We did smart rollout and some other things. And then we understood that overall, because we are not only a telecom company but a digital operator, we have a lot of cases that we developed, and we can continue working on them. One of the examples that was already mentioned is the Kaz LLM. We are now helping our colleagues. In Pakistan, they want to have Urdu LLM, and we are sharing experience. And maybe as part of the presidential visit, we will give them the cookbook, the lessons learned. Ukraine is interested in the same thing, as well as other countries. So one of the areas is to share experience. We've got infrastructure, we can help. Second is the use cases that we had, the agents that we've created. So all of the employees of Beeline, for all of them, there is an in-house system, Aventa, that improves performance of lawyers, HR managers, finance specialists, corporate secretaries. So these are the assistants that help all of them. And we work a lot on development. About 50% of coders use AI now. We've got 750 people in developers teams. And we understand that this gives us a good opportunity to implement all of that. And we've launched a platform which you can sell, and we are already offering it both in Kazakhstan and abroad. What's most interesting that it's Kazakhstani code, it's our own products with Kaz LLM inside that can be used by companies in Kazakhstan or abroad. So the potential of earning money using AI is actually much more than just savings in the internal processes. Thank you. So you are already talking about exporting technologies. Okay. Damir has mentioned a case when you ask AI and it responds in Kazakh. So maybe people in Pakistan are already sending their prompts and getting answers in Kazakh. My next question is about the changes in the ministry. The ministry was renamed into the Ministry of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Development. So I remember this ministry still being called Ministry of Communication, but that word has been long gone. All the ministries of communication turned into Ministry of Digital Development. A long time ago, it was the Ministry of Telegraph and Post. But what's the role of the sector? You already mentioned that AI uses networks to communicate. And what's the interaction between the regulators and the sector and the operators in the future? Will that change? And what is the role of the operators in AI development?
Thank you very much for your question. As I mentioned in the beginning, the leadership of the country set a goal and prioritized this goal of development of AI in our country. And the ministry was reformed and renamed. And our work as a whole will be focused in this area. Talking about telecommunication, without telecommunication, it's impossible to develop AI. The growth of content means that it is something that we can't really predict, especially when AI really becomes the part of our lives. So any forecast that was out there is still not exact. If we look at the Big Four, even they didn't get exactly the amount of content. They didn't know that we would have Instagram and TikTok. And right now, AI and other solutions that we introduce will bring a lot of surprises. And there will be an exponential growth. So from the point of view of telecommunications, this is not an official information, but nevertheless the discussion is on the way to rename the Committee of Telecommunication into Telecommunication Committee and Committee for Development. We need to develop as well data centers, data processing centers, and of course there are completely different requirements to the computing capabilities and requirements to energy and to cooling. All of that will require certain regulatory changes somewhere at some point from both the state, when we talk about preferences, and others. Generally, our goal for today, jointly with the telecom operators, is such, and I believe that our today's discussion confirms that we all have practical cases, and all of us are implementing it to a certain degree. We have taken some steps or an intention to implement various initiatives on using AI and expanding its capabilities. Thank you. Thank you very much. If we talk about the forecast, quite often technologies are being underestimated. One of the forecasts was about IoT, and I worked in Ericsson in the beginning of 2010. I said there will be 50 million connected devices, but I don't think this number was reached. So I believe that mobile internet is developing as well. My next question is to Askar. There are other companies, mining and others. How do you see the role of the operator in the industry in development of private sectors in LTE and 5G? Right. Today, Kazminos, ERG, Sanet Core have already implemented these actions. We're working with other companies as well, and telecom as a platform for future digitalization. As Damir said, we need to have all the right infrastructure, storage, data processing. Without all of that, there will be no digitalization. Keeping in mind that in remote domains of the country, of course, communication is necessary. What cases do we see? Driverless excavators, automated system of dispatching to control special equipment with the precision of up to 1 centimeter. There is an automated ore extraction. All of that will increase profitability and decrease traumas and risks. Everything that is automated will help with reduction of risks of harm at one's job. We can also save on fuel, save on spare parts. They prevail in sectors of our economy such as oil and gas, mining, energy. Show that they have a need for further development. As far as devices are concerned, maybe 15 years ago it was too early to do this forecast, but now more devices become connectors. There is a big program on digitalization in the housing sector. We see tens of thousands of cars that have SIM cards. So is it really a car with technology, or is it a gadget that can drive? Television, any TV set is another gadget. So more and more devices become smart, become remotely manageable, and of course they need to be connected. And we talk to regulator to ask for frequencies for our needs, B2C. And in the nearest future, we will also talk about frequencies for such smart devices. Thank you. And additional driver for enterprises is it about the safety contour or some delays? It's both. A private network with a local processing will reduce latency at these sites. And if we talk about the big enterprises, a lot of those are listing companies, so we talk about cybersecurity. But they can't allow their devices to be compromised and be managed by just hacking a network. And another example, if we look at the standard telecommunication networks, there is a need to host these systems. Of course, at a quarry, there is no point in building a commercial network. Thank you. So we talk about cybersecurity and also some fraudulent codes. So, Alexandra, I believe that safety is one of the biggest issues in the world. What are the steps that Altel takes in order to provide safety and convenience for your users? Could you give us some examples? In the beginning of this year, jointly with the Prosecutor's Office of Almaty and Ministry of Education, we tested a tool which is called a card for children, which allows us to control how our children consume internet. Why did we start talking about that? It is truly a big problem of consuming wrong content with certain consequences. We carried out the research. We asked the parents in school. We tested various options and various designs of this product. And we learned not only the parameters that it would be good to have here, but we also learned that this is a relevant issue and it is needed in every family. Every family wants to offer safe internet to their children. In September, after this test period, we started commercial product which is available to all our clients. This is SIM card for children with parent control. It allows us to filter internet, to filter traffic for children. Parents can manage all these policies and settings. There are elements of parental control. The time can be restricted as well. You can see the geolocation, so the basic functionality that is needed for this product. It's a great example, which of course led to some successful cases, and I urge you all to try out this product. Thank you. Alexei, would you like to add anything? The main challenge in security in relation to AI is localization. If we talk about ChatGPT models, this is the first pages on the internet, that's Reddit, Facebook. If we want to give access to children to AI, it will not be enough. Or we shouldn't be surprised by the result that we get. That is why it's important to have local servers and local hardware, not public ones, for all the good product. This is the first fundamental element. Second is partnership with, for example, the core of the national language. There's millions and millions of books that are digital. They will never appear on the internet. They will only be in local networks. So it should be kept this way, and I believe this is the advantage of AI. This possibility to structure information, it's like the new electricity that we don't have. And we need to make sure it's safe, and for that it should be local. Thank you. We have time for last question to Damir. And maybe we'll have some time for questions from the room. Let's bring your slides on the screen. I want to go back to your first slide. And the question is about space. There is no longer airspace as the name of your ministry, but it actually didn't go anywhere in Kazakhstan. Sets a trend in this area. There are a lot of news that come out of Kazakhstan. 2 years ago at the bridge there were information about partnership with Starlink. So a lot of projects. But we can see what satellite companies do from the internet point of view. They provide transport, basically. So there is a base station in some remote area, and then communication is provided by satellite. The other scenario is satellite internet. You have your internet from satellite. It's called Pizza Box in Starlink, and there is direct device which works in a test version. You can use it on iPhone or Samsung, and there is a phone call, We work jointly with satellite companies. This technology is being tested right now. There are also low orbit satellites, and here you have the breakdown by the information. There is broadband, internet, or D2D segment. Or maybe there is the focus on one type of services. And there's discussion about having satellite internet on the phone, but this is not the great way of asking about it. We have still many people that are not covered by mobile networks. At the same time, mobile network is used by 57%. And they don't do it because they don't have the right devices or internet, or don't have the right digital literacy. So this gap of 4% will be covered. The rest need to be covered by economic and social efforts. According to the statistics, this is what we have in CIS countries. Such countries as Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, with a higher share of population living high in the mountains. That's the situation there. How do you see the development of digital services in Kazakhstan? And what regulatory measures will be needed? Thank you very much. This is such an important discussion. It is not a secret that we're a big country with big distances, low density of population, and it can lead to the fact that 5% of the territory isn't covered by people. Our numbers are lower than that. If we talk about population, we have about 1% not covered by the service. But if we talk about settlements, then right, this number will be bigger. In August, we had over 1,000 of different settlements where there was no internet at all. And thanks to our efforts and one web company on the market, since August we started having the satellite stations installed in the settlements, and until the end of the year 504 settlements will be covered. So satellite stations will be offered and public Wi-Fi that will be shared within the settlement for population. In August we started connecting the settlements. That's in general. You know, in July we also signed an agreement with SpaceX company, and today they already officially work on our market, and on their websites you can procure the equipment and become their client. And if we think back to the ENG, we signed a roadmap as a ministry with Amazon on the introduction of their services in our country, and Kazakh Telecom signed a distributor agreement. Also this year we had pilot test of a Chinese operator in Almaty area, based in our Republican Aerospatial Center for Telecommunication. We tested it and we received good results, 500 megabit per second. Keeping in mind all these factors, step by step we develop and we diversify the risks. At our market we should have a choice of operators, and we have the understanding and clear picture that by the end of 2026 we should have 4 of such operators at least. Many other operators are also taking necessary step in this area. Talking about regulators, we are taking all the necessary measures. In 2024 the license of operators became a part of the law. There are also some issues relating to the radio frequency plan, but according to the recommendations of the International Union of Communication, we allowed certain frequency for these operators following the principle of do not be in the way of others, but do not ask for protection. And it's about 4,000, if I'm not wrong, will be allocated for the operators, and they will work within this space without taking the space from others. There was another question about D2C. I understand that it will not kill the traditional internet because content grows, and in D2C, Beeline at one of the platforms talked about, I think Vion mentioned that they conduct negotiations with SpaceX, and we believe these negotiations to be successful, and soon we expect some information. We can divulge this information, but we do believe that in Kazakhstan we will be the first one in the region to launch D2C.
SMS. For now, in some rural areas, remote mountain areas, like emergency messages and so on. So hopefully soon this will be launched. That's it for now. Thank you. We are out of time. I would like to thank all of our speakers for an interesting discussion. Hopefully we were able to bring the technologies down to earth. If there are any questions left to our speakers, you can approach them informally. I'd like to thank everyone, and goodbye.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Metal Llama Accelerator demo day will begin in 10 minutes. Please, keep updated.
Да, дамы и господа. Я пошел
Окей. Так, дорогие дамы и господа. Дорогие дамы и господа, Metal Llama Accelerator Demo Day начнется через 10 минут.
Managed Connectivity by IEC Telecom. Whether at sea or in remote areas, for first response or long-term deployment, to empower enterprises and SMEs, to manage welfare programs and offer advanced hospitality. Get the most out of your satellite experience. Intuitive, agile, future-ready. Explore OptiView, your ultimate gateway to network management. Full visibility of your SATCOM connectivity. Track subscription details, monitor link status, and unlock advanced features like GPS location and path tracking. Comprehensive bandwidth insights. Gain a deeper understanding of bandwidth usage with advanced analytics. Advanced filtration management. Adjust access in real time With OptiView, you can control filters remotely, applying restrictive or open profiles as the situation demands, segregating operating environments, differentiate between corporate and welfare consumption for precise resource management, detailed usage reports, access in-depth data about visited websites and applications, dynamic alert system. Stay alert with in-depth insight into vulnerabilities, including threat monitoring and malware identification. Flexible credit limit management. Set usage thresholds to optimize cost efficiency. Once the limit is reached, OptiView triggers an email alert notifying you of the automated service suspension. Real-time voucher monitoring. Keep track of voucher consumption and validity. OptiView makes it easy to forecast usage and manage provisioning for comprehensive welfare programs. Dependable 24/7 support. We got you covered via multiple channels. For regular inquiries, please submit your requests via the ticketing system or send an email. In case of emergency, please contact us via hotline or WhatsApp. Go even further with our value-added services. Open the Value Add store from the side menu, browse through multiple options, and activate a new service in few clicks. And more. Wherever your journey or mission takes you, stay in control with IEC Telecom.
Ladies and gentlemen, the MetaLama Accelerator Demo Day will begin in several minutes. Please, take your seats.
from the windowsills. I don't mind if they watch, I don't care. Who gon' love you when your love ain't there? Baby, that ass is just unfair. Jet black hair, baby, jet black hair. At least 2 grams of your blunt wrap there. These 2 hands always end up on the small of your back. Should I ask if eyes can go there? You bought the drinks and I paid no care.
Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Раз, два.
It can go your way if you go your way. Take your life.
Раз, два, три. Паша. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три.
Можете выключить. Good evening, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Meta Llama Accelerator Demo Day Digital Bridge 2025. Tonight, we gather to celebrate the results of Kazakhstan's first national AI corporate accelerator, developed in partnership with Meta and leading state institutions. Our finalists will showcase the best AI solutions for government and public sector challenges in Kazakhstan and will be honored with awards on this stage. To begin with, on behalf of City of Astana, please welcome the Deputy Mayor of Astana, Mr. Evgeny Glotov.
Good evening, dear colleagues and participants. First of all, I am pleased to welcome you today to the demo day of Meta Llama Accelerator, the first program of its kind in Central Asia. Acceleration in Astana is not a formality and not an imitation of innovation. It's a real mechanism of city transformation. And it's especially important that the city administration itself has become the main source of challenges for the participants of this program. For startups, the Meta Llama Accelerator is a unique opportunity. Here you are not working apart from reality, but directly with urban systems, gaining access to data, experts, and infrastructure. This format makes it possible to accelerate the path from idea to implementation many times over. The program received over 100 applications, and today we will select the top 3 teams across 3 key challenges: AI assistant for government employees, AI guide for tourists, and AI monitoring of specialized road equipment. We are open to long-term collaboration and are ready to provide data, support pilot projects, and scale solutions within this accelerator program. Moreover, we will be formulating new, even more interesting and ambitious challenges, ones that truly matter for the city and the lives of its residents. In this process, our R&D center will play a key role, where technologies will be tested and integrated into real management processes. It is important for us that today's ideas do not remain just presentations. We are ready to test them together with the city, develop them into real services, and implement them where people truly need it. Thank you for your attention and good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Glotov. At this point, we kindly invite our distinguished finalist teams of the Meta Llama Accelerator to come on stage for an official protocol photo together with our distinguished guest.
Можно выключить пока что.
Next, to give us an overview of the Meta Llama Accelerator, please welcome Ms. Aidana Kaskerbek, Advisor to the Minister on Emerging Technologies and CEO of Blockchain and AI Technology Center.
How do you put it on? I think, oh, now it works. Thank you. Thank
Thank you everyone for joining us for Meta Llama Demo Day. So this is the community of developers who joined us for 3 months, and we're working on the technical solutions that we're giving from our esteemed partners. And it's an honor for me today to present this results of this program for our guests. For those who didn't know about this program, for those who don't know the formats about the accelerators, hackathons, corporate innovation contests. So it's an honor for me to be on this stage and present the results of the very first corporate innovation accelerator with the support of Meta and our partners Astana Innovations, NITEC and STEP. So this journey started in the end of June as a ideathon. So we had a record number of participants, over 1,000 people joined with their ideas on how they can transform those solutions, those tasks that were presented by our partners. We had selected over 250 solutions as a finalist who joined the next stage of this program. And this program continued as an accelerator, and we had this selecting interview where they were selected for the final stage of an accelerator of 3 months, an intensive work where our partners joined every week with the teams to make sure that those solutions eventually would be embedded in the processes of our partners. So if we, speaking of the corporate innovation accelerators, we know that there is a lot of attention is given to the AI startups because they're big, they have a lot of venture capital, but we also have a driving force, those corporate entities that are accumulating a large amount of data. They're actually a large part of our life, and those entities have a lot of tasks that can be tackled by the community of developers out there. There is a market who is crying about there is no developers out there, and we have a lot of cohorts every year of developers who say we don't have a job, right? So these kind of competitions are the opportunity to actually get yourself visible on the stage and get this visibility, showcase your skills to make sure that those players in the tech industry will actually find out about your talents. So we had these 5 partner-driven case challenges, and all of this competition covered 20 cities around Kazakhstan. It was very important for us to cover talents from other cities of Kazakhstan to make sure that this transformation is not centralized, but actually decentralized across the nation. And we have 5 finalists today, those who actually won the prize eventually. Their results were so good, partners were so happy with your solutions, guys. You are the heroes of today's demo days, and I really want to, yes, please. And it's an honor for us to present you this stage to showcase your solutions, to showcase the work that you have made. And also another people I want to thank is our mentors, those speakers who handled dozens of webinars from our partners, Amazon Web Services, Meta, who helped you to develop these projects. It's very important to actually join forces and to transform the public sector together. And I invite you to join on our corporate innovation accelerators that we will be launching soon, and to our hackathons. Is there any Decentrathon participants here? Nice, nice. So I hope we will be presenting your results day after tomorrow. Thank you so much. Thank you for our partners. Thank you for our participants. And thank you for everyone who joined us today for the demo day.
Thank you, Ms. Aidana. Representing Meta, a core partner of the Meta Llama Accelerator, please welcome Regional Director of Public Policy at Meta, Mr. Sarim Aziz.
Thank you very much, Aidana, and thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor of Astana, for hosting us in your beautiful city. It's a pleasure to be here in Astana today on this demo day for the Meta Llama Accelerator. It's been a long journey, a hard few weeks for many of us, including the teams here. So firstly, this is really important. The public-private partnership model, I think, has been proven to work very well. When we collaborate together, when industry, when public sector organizations, when developers, startups come together, magic does happen. This is where you bring ideas to life. So, I can't emphasize enough that the vision that we set forward has been achieved today thanks to the people in this room. It's a testament of what happens when we do stuff together as industry, as government, as startups, as developers. So we're here to celebrate innovation in the city of Astana, innovation in Kazakhstan, and to showcase the amazing talent of developers here. On May 29th, we launched this accelerator in partnership with the Ministry of Digital Development and with BITC. We are very grateful to have Astana Hub as a partner, of course, as well as the 3 government agencies, NITEC, Astana Innovations, and STEP, but also giants like AWS who joined in with Meta to support this initiative. So we're really thrilled to honor the groundbreaking work the teams have done. To give you a sneak peek of some of the amazing solutions built using our own Llama model, but also using amazing other technologies in the stack, was Cyber LLM that was developed as an AI assistant for government employees. This solution promises to significantly enhance efficiency within the public services, so looking forward to this solution. The second, and again, this is not in any order, but they're all winners. Biz AI, which tackled a critical urban challenge for monitoring special equipment on city roads. This is important for road safety. Congrats to you. You used Llama with computer vision technology to pave the way for improving traffic management. Well done. And next, we have True Masters that created a powerful solution for AI optimization of digital government services using RAG. Congrats to you. And this is a system that improves itself using user feedback, so well done on that. And then next we have AI Enjoyers, that's an interesting name, pioneering the future of tourism with AI avatars. So imagining touring this beautiful city using AI avatars. So we're looking forward to this solution to accelerate, enrich the experience visitors have in this city using AI. And lastly, but not the least, TOU too has addressed the challenge of creating news, developing content, and so generating news using AI, which can accelerate, valuable information that the citizens of the city need. So 5 amazing solutions that illustrate the incredible potential of generative AI that can transform the public sector. Thanks to everybody for making these, and to the ones the other solutions. I know we had way more, and I think the difficulty in these competitions is that unfortunately you have winners and you have really incredible solutions that maybe not be winners, but maybe worth looking at still. So please continue the good work. The journey does not end here. Right? It is with great pleasure that, as Aidana mentioned, that these agencies are going to adopt these solutions. We need to track the impact of these solutions and make sure that they solve the problem that they were intending to solve. And we look forward to amplifying these case studies to show Astana, city of Astana, as a world leader in smart cities using AI. And so just want to thank once again the Astana Hub, City of Astana, Astana Innovations, BITC, AWS, and many others that brought this reality to life. We are committed to supporting Kazakhstan's ambition to become a leader in AI, and look forward to the impact that our winners will make in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Sarimoziz. Now, representing Amazon Web Services, a partner of the Meta Llama Accelerator, please welcome Solutions Architect, Amazon Web Services, Mr. Anton Kartashov.
Hello everyone. Guys, my name is Anton Kartashov. I'm a Solutions Architect at Amazon Web Services. First of all, congratulations to the 5 finalists of this amazing accelerator. I think I've seen you guys during our webinars, and I'm really glad to welcome you here and really congratulate you with your success. So, first of all, I want to say thank you to the organizers of this event, to Meta Llama Accelerator, to the city of Astana, to our colleagues from Meta for enabling us and to give us an opportunity to be here and to support your amazing teams. So, when we talk about startups on AWS, first of all, we talk about speed and agility and lifting up the burden of infrastructure. So that's why we have right now around the world around 330,000 different startups that are growing as cloud native, and they're really becoming the head of innovations around the globe. I really hope that you guys, your ideas will be welcomed on AWS, and you will grow to become the next unicorns from Kazakhstan. We see huge potential in Kazakhstan. That's why we're here, me and my colleague Maxim, representing the public sector of AWS, and definitely we will be glad to join the next accelerators to partner our forces with such giants as Meta, definitely with the city of Astana. And again, guys, huge congratulations, you are the winners of today, and let's communicate, let's work together and continue with your success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Anton Kartashov. Our sincere gratitude to all of today's distinguished speakers for their inspiring remarks and for setting the tone of this evening. And we now move to the pitching session. 5 winning teams representing best AI solutions across partner tracks will present their projects. Each team has 3 minutes. We begin with the first track of the accelerator from Accelerator's key partner, Astana Innovations, who provided 3 cases in public services, tourism, and smart city infrastructure. First in the track, AI assistant for civil servants. Please welcome the team, Cyber LLM.
Hi, my name is Oskar, and I am presenting CyberLM and our project Asanai, and AI chatbot that helps public servants to cut routine work by 5 times. Our partner Astana Innovations gave us 2 real cases. It is government procurement and electronic letters from Yeutenish. We found that Astana Akimat losses over than 4 million tenge per year just for these 2 cases. So we built a solution using Meta Llama models. It reduced manual work by 80% for procurement and by 50% for electronic letters. Oh no. The system runs inside local infrastructure, so no data leaves the government infrastructure. The security is our priority. Our MVP runs on Telegram for quick testing. However, the full solution is designed for secure deployment inside governmental infrastructure and security. So users can upload files into the bot, obtain processed results, and chat with AI to modify some outputs and, for example, request new testings. We already tested it and it works. Routine tasks are completed up to 5 times faster. Now we are ready to scale. We are waiting for access to more use cases, obtain computing power inside air-gapped network, and access to information systems. CyberLM is ready to transform public service faster, smarter, and secure. Thank you.
Thank you, Team CyberLM. A big round of applause again. Please, take your seats. Next in the track, AI Guide, Digital Avatar for Tourism. Please, welcome the team, AI Enjoyers.
Good evening. We are AI Enjoyers team, creators of the Bioteria Guide and AI Avatar in Astana that turns 1 hour of planning tourists to just 5 minutes. Firstly, let's look at the problem. 68% of all the tourists say that they cannot visit all the places intended. Moreover, for the touristic market of 1 and 2 trillion tenge, the ineffectively means that all 60 to 120 billion tenge are lost. And the root cause is long information search, manual route building, and also the lack of multilingual guidance. So our solution is an app where users receive a personalized routes in seconds. Also, they interact with AI avatar based on Llama 3 that resolves all the language barriers, and also they navigate through the AR-based gamification based on Llama 2 that increases engagement in all positions of interest.
Why is it important? Today, a tourist spends up to 15 minutes and 10 clicks, losing time and opportunities. But with Bioteria Guide, it's just 5 minutes, 4 clicks, and 0 delays. Next comes pilot. Next slide. We start with preparation and integration with few minutes. Then we do localization, launch our product, and collect data. We expect that the government's cost for tourist consulting will decrease by 25%, and disorientation cases will decrease by 70%. Next comes scaling. We plan to scale our product in the next year from Astana to Almaty, Turkestan, and Aktau. First, we adapt our app to local culture and points of interest. Then we connect our app Then we connect our app to the culture, to the city's culture and unique points of interest, and comes to connecting with local tourism data and partner platforms. With Astana innovation by our side, Bioteria Guide is ready to scale and stride.
Let's thank AI Enjoyers team for sharing their solution. Please take your seats. And the third case from Astana Innovations in the track AI monitoring of municipal special equipment. Please welcome the team, Bez AI.
Hello everyone, my name is Aslbek, and today I'm excited really to present our project Akılcol. That's basically a system for managing road traffic and municipal equipment. So let's start with the problem. Here you can see the real numbers and the real photos about the problem in Kazakhstan, about the people injured every year in Kazakhstan, and also the daily losses that Kazakhstan face every year, and all of them are just due to the inefficient management of the municipal equipment. So basically that's why we developed this project named as Akılcol. So that's a system that combines a existing mobile app and also the intellectual distribution of the dispatch transport. Here you can see the full mobile app interface and also the computer vision models. So our team fully guarantee the transparent traffic management with a real-time visibility in the where crews are working, which roads are closed, and so on. So also our AI model AI system gives full intellectual distribution for the municipal equipment in the Astana. Also, our CV models are already trained in the Astana data and heat detection accuracy up to the 95% and analysis accuracy up to the 90%. Talking about the roadmap and expected results, we can already say that our project is all ready to go. We are already ready to pilot launch our project in Astana and give the results as a reduced response time, reduced fuel consumption, reduced road delays, reduction in the road traffic, and so on. And the main thing that comes in our expected results is the savings in economics of the Kazakhstan up almost to the 1.5 billion tenge. So the responsible team for this project was BZI, that consists from 5 different persons from the 3 different universities: it's the Atrau University, Asnaiti, and the Nazarbayev University. Thank you. That's all.
Our appreciation to BizAI team for showcasing their solution. We now continue with the track from our accelerator's key partner, the STEP, who provided the case in AI-powered news generation. Please welcome the team to you.
Раз.
Good afternoon, we're a company 2U, and our project is ERU automated news outlets. The main problem is too much information. And this is such an important event that can show you different type of opinion and point of view. And the company that process information, well, it is their job, and we would like to offer some solutions. We would like to give this routine work to AI and thus reduce the workload for journalists and editors, and they can spend this time creating something. Now here you see the vision of our project. This is the inbox that AI can get information from. And you see editing of the draft that was done by AI. And so you can edit it and publish it. And next are other drafts that were developed by AI. We included 5 key functions: AI generation based on Llama, then AI prototype, inclusion, voice control, and news voiceover. And thus we reduce news production time significantly. Our roadmap includes AI editor and first pilot. We will have automatic translation and news posting to listen to this information as podcast. We can then translate this information to various languages. We will have interesting covers, and we'll do AI generation. Now let's talk about KPI. Since we talk about AI, we can reduce the time needed for content, and so the amount of content will be created. And we will be able to grow our audience because we will publish the news faster than our competitors. This is our team. My name is Tas Kirichenko, the founder, Islam Kulentov, developer of backend, and Murzak Nurdauletov, developer of frontend. Thank you for your attention. This is our contact information. Thank you.
For showcasing their solution. Finally, representing the third key partner of the accelerator, NITEC, who provided the case in AI optimization of digital public services, please welcome the team, True Masters.
is Timirlan. I am from TrueMasters. Our product is Tandem Loop, an intelligent rack system for government and corporate organizations. It delivers answers with 90% accuracy, continuously learns from user feedback, and saves hundreds of working hours. Today, up to 66% of answers in non-adaptive systems are incorrect. Employees spend 20 minutes per query, which translate into millions of wasted working hours every year. And with 15,000 new laws and amendments annually, models fine-tunings becomes impossible. Tandem Loop solves this through real-time feedback integration, reducing errors by 30%. Automatic knowledge base updates without fine-tuning. Local and secure deployment, ensuring data stays inside infrastructure. Answers are delivered in under 2 minutes instead of 20. Here is the product itself. On the left side, you can see the chat interface. Employees can ask questions and get answers instantly. On the right side, the knowledge base update module. Upload documents and the system adapts automatically. During the accelerator, we achieved 4 milestones. Identified problems together with need. Built an offline MVP using Llama. Validated it on real documents, cutting processing time to under 2 minutes. Launched a pilot with the National Defense University, which confirmed reliability and compliance. Our next steps are clear. Pilots with 3 organizations. 1 of them were successfully completed already. API integrations and scaling, commercial launch in Kazakhstan and the CIS. Here is sorry. Next slide. Next slide, please. And of course, on the next slide, our team, TrueMasters, our team has more than 30 IT projects in portfolio, more than 20 international certificates. We are ready to scale Tandem Loop, and join us, please. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, TrueMasters team, for your presentation. Congratulations to all our finalists. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give another round of applause to all our finalists for their projects. Thank you. We have just witnessed the best AI solutions developed in Accelerator. Now it's time to honor our winners. We proceed to the Grand Winner Award ceremony of the Meta Llama Accelerator. Each winning team will receive the official statuette, Grand Winner Meta Llama Accelerator. Let us begin with the awards from partner Astana Innovations. To present the prizes, please welcome Mr. Gizat Amirgali, Chairman of the Board of Astana Innovations. The grand winner of the track, AI Assistant for Civil Servants. Please welcome the team Cyber LLM. Congratulations to the team for the best solution. We ask teams to stay on the stage for their upcoming final picture. the grand winner of the Track AI Guide, Digital Avatar for Tourism. Please welcome AI enjoyers. Finalists, stay on the stage for the final picture. And the grand winner of the track, AI monitoring of municipal special equipment. Please welcome Bez AI. Congratulations to the team. Thank you very much. Now, to present the award on behalf of the STEP, please welcome Altanay Yelenbayeva, Chief Operating Officer of Blockchain and AI Technology Center. The grand winner of the track, AI-powered news generation. Please welcome the team to you. Congratulations to you. To present the award on behalf of partner Nitek, please welcome Mr. Amandyk Bimuradov, Director of the AI Department at National Information Technologies. The grand winner for the case AI optimization of digital public services, please welcome the team True Masters. Congratulations to all our grand winners of the Meta Llama Accelerator. Thank you for joining us at the Meta Llama Accelerator Demo Day at Digital Bridge 2025. We invite all winners and partners, please group on stage for a group photo. Please join together for the official photo. Thank you.